The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The final event of the 2024 Grand Chess Tour is underway at the Sinquefield Cup in St. Louis. The chess capital's most prestigious tournament kicked off with a pair of epic marquee matchups. All eyes were on the World Championship preview, and despite the reigning champ having chances, the challenger was able to deftly navigate to a draw. Tour leaders faced off and fought till the bitter end, but once the dust settled, St. Louis Rapid and Blitz winner Alireza Firouzja emerged victorious as the clear leader. The race has just begun. Who will set the pace and who will fall behind? Day 2 of Can't Miss Chess, coming up next.
Welcome back, chess fans, to day 2 of the 2024 Sinquefield Cup, the last leg of the Grand Chess Tour 2024 season. We've had a fantastic start to this event. We have the world champion here. We have the best chess players on the planet ready to bring their best to the chessboard. Let's go to the studio and start today's action.
Victory was elusive in day 1 of the Sinquefield Cup. Only one game was decisive, but that could all change today. Day 2 starts right now. Hello and welcome everyone. I'm International Master Nazi Paikidze, and I'm here with my amazing co-hosts Yasser, Seirawan, and Peter Svidler.
Nazi, Peter, as always, a great pleasure to be with you both. Enjoy our coverage. It's just great. Hello, everyone. Welcome to our show. The 2024 Sinquefield Cup sure started the way we liked. I tell you, it was enthralling to the very end. We didn't know who was going to win or whether there would be a decisive winner. But, Nazi, do the honors. Tell us the standings after round 1.
Let's have a look. It's only been one round, but we already have a leader. Alireza Firouzja won a dramatic game over Fabiano Caruana. And as you can see, rest of the field is shared in second.
Except for Fabi at the bottom. There you go. And tell us the format for the 2024 Sinquefield Cup.
It's a 10-player round-robin tournament. Time control is 2 hours with 30-second increment. And players are not allowed to offer any draws. So a lot of fight in chess.
9 scheduled rounds, but tell us about the schedule.
Today, players are playing round 2. After round 5, there'll be a rest day. And after round 9, we might see playoffs if necessary.
Thank you. And Peter, Alireza sure likes being in St. Louis.
Absolutely. It seems to be, it's too early to say. There's still 8 rounds of the Sinquefield Cup to go, but so far we've only really been talking about the one player, the player on fire, Alireza Firouzja, convincingly winning the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and beginning with an all-important victory over his closest pursuer in the Grand Chess Tour, yesterday beating Fabi with black pieces. So let's take a look at his Grand Chess Tour 2024. And this is some unbelievable results so far with 3 events played. His worst result is a tie for second in Croatia, tied for first in Romania, and only losing the playoffs to the aforementioned Fabiano, and winning the Rapid and Blitz just a few short days ago here in St. Louis for a sum total of over 30 points already with 1 event to go, and total winnings up to $123,000, and in firm control seemingly of the Grand Chess Tour this year, because Fabi really is the only person who could realistically catch him up, and beating him yesterday was a massive, massive result for Alireza. In terms of his previous results, very famously in 2022, he came to St. Louis not really doing all that well in the tour, and then proceeded to win both events here. First the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, and then the Sinquefield Cup, and ended up winning the tour as well. 36.5 points total, and almost 300,000 in prize money, and had a quieter GCT last year with a middle table finish, 24.8 points. But so far, absolutely tremendous results here in St. Louis. He clearly loves playing here. He says it in every single interview, and I really don't think he's lying. And yeah, very enjoyable to watch him play when he plays well.
Absolutely. Thank you, Peter. And it's my pleasure to welcome the fourth member of our broadcast team. Christian, over to you.
I have to say, guys, I need to echo Peter's sentiment about Alireza. It just feels like after the candidates, a weight has been lifted off his shoulders. He's playing incredible chess in Rapid and Blitz, but also, as we are seeing from yesterday's play, in classical chess as well. Speaking of the candidates, two players that have met in the candidates and have battled for the top position, and right now we can see Alireza making his way towards the playing hall for round two. Two of the players that have made waves at the candidates are Gukesh and Nepomniachtchi, and they're meeting in today's round, and that is another big clash that I'm having my eyes on. The perennial challenger Jan Nepomniachtchi and the new challenger Gukesh, only 18 years of age, just an incredible young man. And as you can see, these two players are basically tied at the top. 6th in the world for Gukesh, 5th in the world for Jan Nepomniachtchi, both on half a point. And as you can see, one win for Gukesh, could have been two. At the candidates, he had a great opportunity with the white pieces. Will he be able to replicate the opening preparation that gave him an almost decisive advantage at the candidates against the always very, very well prepared Jan Nepomniachtchi? Well, we shall wait and we shall see. But as you can see right now, he's well focused and ready to take on the challenge. Guys, what do you think? How do you think this game will play out?
We're going to find out. Thank you, Christian, for that. I just couldn't help but notice with the serious deliberation that he was adjusting each and every one of his pieces. Tell us about the pairings for this round two, Nasi.
Very exciting pairings. We have an All-American matchup between Wesley So and Fabiano Caruana. MVL is playing Prague, and as Christian talked about, Gukesh is playing Nepo.
Exactly.
Anish Giri playing the world champion Ding Liren, and Abdusattorov against the tournament leader Alireza Firouzja.
Second challenge for Alireza with the black pieces. And what are the players playing for?
They're playing for a lot of money. There's a total prize fund of $350,000. First place, $100,000. Second place, $65,000. Third place, $48,000. Amazing prizes for everybody.
Lots of Grand Chess Tour points up for grabs as well, and it's about those GCT points because the top three finishers of each tour are always invited back. So it's very nice to make sure that you're in the top three, especially if you're worried about falling out of the top 10, because that is,
the
after
ratings
all,
change so
exactly,
fast.
exactly. Again, Alireza starting with his second black in a row, Peter. And as we know, as competitors, it's not the number you want, but if you get through,
Exactly, yeah.
then you have a lot to look
You're
forward
generally
to.
not very happy about drawing the half plus one number. In his case, he clearly drew number 6. Actually, he probably drew number 5, and they're doing it with colors reversed here.
Right.
So, but you're absolutely correct. If you do get through, and in particular, if you win one of them, not even the getting through them safely, if you win one of them, you then have 4 whites and 3 blacks left,
Right.
and sort of seemingly plain sailing.
Right.
And that thing you said about the top 3 in the Grand Chess Tour, that is very, very relevant for everybody, and it feels like there is a bit of a split. It's early to say that definitively, but the way the standings were before the tournament started, it seemed like Alireza and Fabi are in.
Right.
But there's going to be a hell of a scramble for third.
Including MVL and
MVL and Prague and Gukesh and Jan Nepomniachtchi, if he plays well, is also
Exactly.
very much in the mix there.
Nodirbek, you see on your screen, again, he will be facing Alireza. We're going to make this our marquee matchup just because we like to follow our tournament leader. But Nasi, I'll share a confidence. You saw Nodirbek in the gymnasium, and he is a very serious, he's got a strong work ethic in the gym.
Yeah, it seems that way. He, outside chess, he also takes the fitness preparation very seriously.
The fitness part of it, exactly.
As I'm sure do most of these players.
Yeah, after my 100th pull-up, I usually give it a pause, until the next day. Just saying.
Save some energy for
Right,
us, right?
exactly. Some unfinished business between these two. Gukesh, the challenger, winning from the candidates, and Nepo, who had previously won 2 candidates matches. We'll see how these two square off. I think we see one d4 on their board. I'm going to stay with the Alireza game for a moment because we do have e2, e4 on the board, e7, e5. No Sicilians.
Right,
More
yesterday,
Joker. We had 3 Italians.
3 Italians.
One
And a
Russian.
Petrov. And a Petrov, yes.
One Russian and a ready.
Today I see already 2 d4 games. So
Ah.
Yeah,
it's
there seems to
promising.
be a bit of a shift going on. I wonder if we will go all the way to 4-1 in the other direction as the rounds progress, because we've gone from 4 games opening with 1 e4 to 3 today.
Right. Yesterday I was watching a stream by Danya Narodetsky, and he was giving a very nice instructional game about, and I didn't even know it was called this, the Glek system with G2, G3. And he won very, very nicely, and he was
I ran
going
into
through
Igor
it.
recently. I haven't seen him in ages and ages. He's seemingly doing well.
Good.
And he was, I think, the main popularizer of G3 in that position. Yeah.
Right. The Berlin. Will we see a Berlin? What is Nodirbek known for? Does he go for the rookie 1 variation?
He's gone D3 already, so we don't
Okay.
have to guess.
Good.
Yeah, he's not, I think, a player of the actual endgame, but I'm sure he played some rookie ones. But I think most people these days just play D3, with a very notable exception of MVL, who does allow the endgame consistently.
Bishop C5 castles. Peter, it's the strangest thing, but I've always thought that this was the wrong move for white.
No, this is just a different line, and it is supposed to be quieter, specifically as you're indicating, because you are allowing knight d4.
Yeah, and as we know, the knight on C6 is a little bit the problem child. You
But-
usually C6 castles. I always thought this was just solid equality. Like,
Yeah, but occasionally they find new ideas in these types of positions because
well, guess what? Alireza is asking the same question. How do you get an advantage against knight d4? I don't know the answer.
Well, we're about to find out.
and sometimes these
I'm
positions
holding
become,
my breath. I can't wait.
Well, there are
Sorry,
points and
yeah.
outputs.
Peter.
let's bring this up on the large board then.
Right.
Now that we're here. Bishop a4, before it's even gotten chased away, is
Nice.
something they've been doing in these positions occasionally. I think it's difficult to explain. I wouldn't even honestly attempt to explain why it's so important to play Bishop a4 prior to, for instance, playing knight d2.
Right.
But black pretty much always plays c6 anyway, so you can make this move safe in the knowledge that you're not burning a tempo. It's just move orders work out slightly better for you. And play could continue along the lines of, I will give just a very kind of a basic outline. You get positions like this, let's say knight c4, bishop c7, you probably, well not probably, certainly have to burn a tempo because this fork is being very threatening. And after bishop b3, if you castle, you do allow the spin, which of course you can deal with. There are no sacrifices because there's no longer a knight on f3. But these types of positions I think are quite attractive for white. You play knight back to e3, the bishop can escape via f3, you can play push d3, d4. So often they prevent it by playing h6, and then play sort of revolves around whether white can play f4 in a way that does anything.
Right.
Because black's position is so solid that oftentimes what happens is black just puts, let's say, the bishop on e6, castles, pushes d6, d5, and equalizes. Particularly here, bishop e6 is very, very imprecise because the engine already likes white. And this is probably the ideal scenario that you aim for. This would be maybe the maximum you can get. And this is not nothing at all. But obviously, along the way, you can play a lot more precisely. For instance, the engine suggests b7, b5 here is playable to put this knight on a square where it gets in the way of us recapturing on f4 with the bishop and so on. So this is still heavily, heavily theoretical. There's a lot to talk about. It's not completely empty, but in terms of what's more popular, of course, c2, c3 outnumbers castles by probably an order of magnitude. Let's actually check that statement. Close. Not an order of magnitude, but maybe 2 times as much.
Twice.
c3 is being played here compared to castles.
We do have c6, c3, bishop b6, knight
Knight A3, yeah.
d6 on the board. Obviously, we're still in theoretical
Absolutely,
order.
there's still going to be a lot of games here, 55 games starting from this position. Knight c4 would transpose. The reason you go knight a3 and not knight g2 is, well, it's not in the way. You can, if you want, go with your bishop g5 play here, which wouldn't have been possible with knight on g2. The most popular move in this position in terms of numbers is, bishop d2 is not the move, is the move bishop b3, which preserves all of your options. You can still go knight c4 next move. You can still go bishop g5 next move if you want. So for now, you're keeping it quite flexible. h6 is still probably the reply here. And this position is also not unknown, although the numbers are now quite low. It's only 3 games that reach this position.
Gotcha.
But we're not there yet.
Right.
We're still waiting for Nodirbek's decision after d7, d6.
Thank you, Peter. And Nasi, where would you like to take it?
Let's go to Gukesh's game against Nepo. That's the d4 game.
Ooh, with knight c6 Catalan. Okay.
It's been a while since I've seen knight c6 line.
Exactly. I've always felt somehow that this was a quite ambitious line for black. And the way I played it, I'm a pawn grabber, you know that. So
Yes.
I was always playing it with rook b8 and b7, b5 in mind. And the idea was pretty fun, that in a lot of cases, in order to win this pawn back, white had to play a4.
Right.
So why did we put our knight on c6? Because we got a nice square, either on a5,
Right.
sometimes coming to b3, or even b4. So the knight, although it looks at the moment a little artificial and maybe even poorly placed, it has a very specific purpose.
But white does have queen a4 move here, which
Queen
is, I
A4.
think, the most common,
Queen a4 is common, and
just
then
to get the pawn back right away.
yeah, I would did something stupid. Maybe it was knight. I'm pretty sure it was knight d7. Now that I'm thinking about
Knight d7 or knight d5, they
Yeah.
into this weird position after
And-
knight b6, queen d3, e5, yeah?
Exactly, exactly. That was, I wanted to liberate my development, and I thought,
After knight e5.
knight
Oh, it's
e5.
knight b4 aid.
Yeah. And
I think it is, knight before queen c3, queen takes d4. And interestingly, just to tell a little story about how sometimes the chess theory gets developed, if we go back to the position after knight b6, when this idea of queen d3, e5 was discovered, eventually I think some people started going queen c4, b5 in this position, provoking a6, and then playing queen d3 anyway, because they found out that in some lines after knight takes e5, knight b4, I think, it is useful for white to have the knight on b6 slightly softened. It is actually better for white to have the pawn on a6 than it is on a7. I would not be able to tell you why exactly, but there was like one line somewhere where they decided that it's good that the pawn is on a6.
And
Not-
here we go. I know. I'm
Maybe
just-
actually maybe here. Maybe it is here, and then you take on b6 and you play the endgame. You're right. Yeah. I remember it was a thing, but I couldn't remember why. But you.
If it is hilarious, right?
Yeah.
When you provoke a6, the crucially weakening move, a7. By the way, queen a4 on the board. It's not with hilarity,
The
but
thing main move here for black is bishop b4
Bishop before
check.
check is,
Yeah.
is the bigger move here.
Right.
And there is tremendous amounts of
And
theory
then knight
there.
d5.
yeah, yes, exactly. I remember. Wow. Yeah, it is a very, very long line.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, it goes. Remember,
There used to be-
Adams, Topolov playing these
But
very
I do
long
think
games.
Nepo surprised Gukesh because he took some time to think about this move, queen a4. So maybe he was not expecting this exact line.
Exactly.
One thing I will mention is that Nepo himself plays a decent amount of the Catalan with the white pieces, I think, these days, and continuing to test him in the Catalan. I mean, people who play this opening with both colors can basically play pretty much any move in this position. You have to prepare more or less the entire perimeter with white against somebody who is well versed, because a lot of people who only play the Catalan with black have one pet line and play it all the
Right.
time, and then your preparation is a lot narrower. But against somebody like Jan, I'm pretty sure you have to cover the entire thing. And bishop before check has been played, bishop d2, knight d5, and yeah, the old main line here was bishop takes b4, knight takes b4, a3, seemingly winning the pawn back, but no such thing. b5, queen b5, knight g2 check. Knight c2 check. I think it goes to d2, right? Not d1 for some reason. Black does win the rook on a1, but it seems like it might get stuck. But somehow it doesn't. I think they go first c5 and then rook b8. This is a tremendously sharp position, which at some point was very, very heavily discussed at the top level, and I think the conclusion was this is decent for black. And these days, I think after 95, they no longer take on b4. I think it's castles and then queen b5, or maybe even the immediate queen b5, and the lines become a bit more sane. But we'll see what our players think about all this, because 95 is already on the board. So
Thank you, Peter.
all of this is in play.
And how do these players match up, Nazi?
1 win for Gukesh and 4 draws. So only 5 games so far.
A little bit surprised by the result, because again, when I think about Gukesh, who's so young, and when did they play those
The
games?
candidates, maybe?
Yeah.
Two in the
kind of-
candidates, they played maybe even 2 WR Masters in Düsseldorf. And this is where the decisive game comes from, I think, right?
I see. Yeah, because you think Jan would have caught him when he was young. No such thing.
Yeah, it's very easy, in particular the way he is a very distinguished looking young gentleman, Gukesh.
Yes.
It's very easy to forget just how young he is.
Right.
And his meteoric rise means that players like Jan have not really had an opportunity to play him maybe until even just 2023. I think I actually played 2 games against him. My first game was when he was really just a kid in one of the European Club Cups. I think it was maybe 2021.
Okay.
And then I played him last year.
Yeah.
But yeah, he's arrived on the scene in such a spectacular fashion that he's yet to amass those massive records. Like when eventually we will get to the game between Fabi and Wesley, and there you have hundreds and hundreds of games between those 2 players.
Yeah.
I think almost 50 games in classical alone, if we don't count Rapid and Blitz. But Gukesh has yet to gotten to those numbers.
There's a room in the World Chess Hall of Fame where the players can go and relax, literally the players' lounge. The
They
players
also
like to go
have
there to
a screen there
walk.
where you can watch all the games at once.
Right, right. So if the pacing in the playing hall disturbs anyone, they can go to this room. When I'm just as you were talking, Peter, and having played the Catalan a lot in my career, it really is extraordinary. I mean, if you wrote a book, the complete Catalan, it might be a trilogy, starting from the closed Catalans and the open Catalans. I mean,
It is a very, very rich opening, and
remarkably so.
It's enjoying, I don't know, a 3rd or a 4th youth right now,
Right.
due to the fact that the NIMZO and the QGDs of the world stand so well right now for black, appear to have so few problems. The players are just naturally gravitating towards the Catalan, which offers a much more imbalanced type of a game. And also, I think it's just much harder to completely liquidate into something very boring and equal, which I think people very much enjoy not allowing.
Exactly. Castles on the board. Tell us about castles. Is it time for black to get ambitious and to try to to keep the pawn on c4, maybe with a move like knight b6?
Knight b6 is playable. What I'm curious about is why not bishop takes d2, knight takes d2, and c3? And the point, of course, is white sometimes plays for these types of positions if the knight has to go back, but it doesn't have to go back, which is a big issue for white. Obviously, the nice little tactic here is
That's pawn number 2, by
this
the way.
fork at the end.
Yeah.
Which means that after c3, white might have to play knight c4 and eventually take on b2 with the knight. And honestly, this does not look at all bad for black. I think I would not be unhappy with black here. I understand why the compensation exists. And as I mentioned, these days, very often you see positions like this where seemingly black is just a healthy pawn up.
Right.
But there will be one rook will be on c1, one rook will be on b1. There will be a lot of pressure against the black queen side. The bishop on c8 is passive, and you will struggle to find good squares for it. So if like something along the lines of rook fc1, I don't know, bishop d7, rook ab1, I want to eventually put the knight on d3, aim it at maybe c5 or e5 squares. It's healthy compensation for the pawn. But alternatively, I mean, looking at it from the black side, I am a pawn up. It's a healthy pawn. Yes, I'm a bit cramped, but as an outcome of an opening, not bad.
Safe king.
So it definitely is an option. Knight b6 is also an option, but then after queen c2, you're a bit stuck still. I'm not sure I like this. You can go something like maybe bishop e7. Now the pawn on d4 is hanging, and white
Truly?
probably goes something like bishop c3, knight bd2, e4, and let me put something along these lines on the board. I don't know, a3, a4, e4.
Right.
This is a very typical position, once again, in the 2020s. In a lot of openings, including my beloved Grunfeld, they do this. They just say, I don't care, I'm a pawn down.
Right, I've got to say.
Your pieces are very passive. You are now tied up to the protection of this pawn on c4, which I'm not really aiming to win anytime soon, but you do have to constantly think about plans like rook f1, bishop f1 or something. And I have this beautiful center. I want to put one rook here, try to maybe play for some d4, d5 break at a good moment. And in all kinds of positions, these days, even engines, which do understand your pawn down, actually prefer white.
Yeah.
So I think this is unlikely. I think if Jan decides to keep the extra pawn, it's probably with the idea of playing bishop takes d2 and c3.
So far, Nazi, I see that the players are equally taking as much time as one another, so I'm not going to say anybody surprised anybody too early. Where would you like to guide us?
Yeah, we still have some games we haven't checked out. Let's go to the World Champions game, Anish Giri against Ding Liren.
All right, this looks like one of those Choco pianos, and it is.
Exciting.
Yeah. It absolutely is. And a very noticeable detail there, which I once again will give this speech about my misbegotten childhood. White allowed knight a5, knight takes b3.
Yes.
Which you always felt that this is just a major mistake, should never be allowed, and allowing it was a sign of you sort of not understanding chess to any kind of a decent level. All of this was completely thrown out the window. This is a very topical way of playing the Italian. If we go to the move orders a little bit, knight f6, once again inviting knight g5. Nobody so far in this tournament has accepted that invitation. d3, bishop c5, castles d6, c3, c3 a6. Rook e1, bishop a7, knight b2 castles, and I think in our second Italian of the day, we'll get to that in a moment, MVL played a4 here, which is understandable and expected these days.
Right.
Instead, a lot of very strong players, I think starting with Vladimir Kramnik actually, once again, Kramnik being a bit of a trendsetter in the openings, way past his retirement as well. This is recently. This is way past the moment where he said, okay, I'm done with this game, I will only play recreationally. He still finds very interesting new opening ideas. Knight a5, bishop b3, knight b3, ab. And now the idea is just to play knight g3 and to play d3, d4. And the claim is, yes, you have the bishop pair, but if I have the center, and I can sort of nullify the importance of your bishop pair, I'm probably going to be including h2, h3 at some point so that d4 doesn't run into bishop g4. But just generally speaking, if you play quietly here, if we, I don't know, make these three moves, and you make, I don't know, one more stupid move, I play d4 and I play bishop b3. The engine starts liking it quite a bit for white, because space just matters more here than the bishop pair. And I think it's kind of universally understood to be correct, because the move knight g4 here that Ding played is very much an indication that he does not want to play passively. He wants to force matters in the center. And if you imagine this happening, Black is instantly a lot happier, because you can play bishop g4 with equality. You can maybe even think about playing f7, f5. So knight e3 is really not the way. Immediate f5 is also a move.
d4 on the board.
So d4 played, e takes d4.
Yeah.
If c takes d4, I'm pretty sure the idea is to push f5 and to continue blowing up the center this way.
Wow.
With very sharp positions emerging, but looks like they're very decent for Black. So I'm expecting knight takes d4. And once again, f5 is playable, and f5 maybe should be played even. I will go as far as to say that it should be played, because if you do something like this, once again, this is close to an ideal scenario for white. This one comes out to g3. f5 is a very nice square to aim both of our knights at. d6, d5 will be very difficult to organize. I can also include c3, c4 later in the game to get a good bind in the center. So my feeling is, if we get here after knight takes d4, you're very incentivized to continue attacking the white center and removing it. And a position such as, let's say, e takes f5, bishop takes d4, queen takes d4, bishop takes f5, the white king is safer. I'm pretty sure you always pick white here if you have to pick, but it should be around equality, I assume.
I saw rook e8, Peter. Instead of the move f7, f5, Ding played rook e8, assuming h3.
Yeah, I'm assuming h3. You can also go f3, but I think if you're choosing between h3 and f3 here, with the bishop on a7 still on the board, I'm probably picking this one. And the one question I have aimed at my own statements 30 seconds ago, I said d5 is difficult to organize, but maybe specifically right this moment, before white gets to play knight g3.
Right.
Maybe this is okay. And if it is okay, then this probably solves most of black's problems. Because, as I mentioned, if we get knight g3 and c4 in, I'm pretty sure we're taking white quite confidently. But here, I guess f4, knight g6, the question is what happens after e5. But black might be in time with very, very direct counterplay in the center, aimed at the white structure, because the pawn on f4 is vulnerable, and you cannot just take on d4 twice, you allow this. And if you cannot play e5, maybe you play f5, but then after knight e5, this is incredibly concrete, because if you find a way to stabilize in the center, if your center doesn't completely fall apart, and the pawn on f5 in particular survives, restricting the bishop on c8, denying the bishop on c8 squares, maybe white is better, but it's very move by move, because you can easily imagine this becoming targets for the black counterplay.
Thank you, Peter. Again, Nazi, I'm just thinking to myself, the Catalan and the Joko pianos keeps going through rebirths and new ideas and these centuries
almost
all
every
opening,
day now we
right?
see new ideas.
Wow, rookie
I was
eight.
just going to say the body language of the players. Ding is just walking around in the hallway. He's clearly very well prepared, still knows the position. Anish probably knows it too. He's just trying to remember
all of the
lines.
Exactly.
Yes.
Well, the move rook e8 and just saying, look, I've got the two bishops, you've got to do something. And that line that Peter was looking at, where if you end up with the pawn f4, f5, cramping the bishop, I can see how that is something you'd want to play for. I'm assuming that after knight f6,
knight g3,
knight
I think, to begin with.
This is where things can start to be.
Well, this could be an alternative way of playing the same position. Specifically, I think connected with d6, d5 immediately.
Specifically,
d5, e5, knight e4, and try to simplify into something that you will hold, even at the cost of a pawn. Let's say if you take to...
Well, there's c5, right?
I have c5 there. I didn't even see it when I was suggesting
right,
it.
I was thinking bishop f5
Exactly.
as well.
I was planning to play bishop f5.
Right.
I will tell you that for nothing.
But c5.
But c5 is stronger, yeah. A little bit stronger.
Yes, more to the point. Well, which kind of begs the question, because you had mentioned it yourself, Peter. So one of those things, should I be playing f3? Should I be playing h3? h3, normally you want to play h3 and then involve your pawn. Maybe in this specific case, f3 has a reason. It kind of takes away the
taking
sting.
away the e4 square, and then doing the same.
So like if we do get here, maybe this is actually a little bit more
I don't hate
annoying.
it. I don't hate it, yeah.
Because I can, if you play g5, which I'm
yeah,
suggesting you not.
We're not playing
play
g5 here. We're not playing
Yeah.
g5. In fact, I think the spin is so annoying, I might be forced into f3, knight e5.
Okay, f3, knight e5.
And then on bishop e3, does black still have immediately d5?
I would hope so. Otherwise, I'm really worried I will allow c4, knight g3, and be worse for the rest of the game.
Yeah, I don't see a big difference between f3 and h3 in this position.
And how do they match up, Nazi, these two players?
Well, 22 draws.
Wow.
And then Anish has a lead, 5 wins and only 2 losses.
Wow.
He's played a lot of games.
Anish might have one of the nicest scores against Ding Liren outside of
They played a match
Magnus.
in China once, that's why they have so many games.
What happened in the match?
Anish won.
Wow, going to China, beating Ding on home turf. Them's fighting words. There we see Anish struggling with his decision. Should he play f3/h3 or not? Outside of those two moves, again, considering that d7, d5, the one problem I have with the immediate c4 in this particular case, it might be knight f2
Just
and
queen
or
f6
queen
immediately
f6.
kind of borderline wins.
It's like,
Knight
oops.
f3?
Yeah.
Oh, f2 is hanging.
Yeah. That's, yeah.
Just wins.
So no c3, c4 to prevent d5.
No.
Again, where would you like us to go?
Let's check Wesley's game against Fabi.
Normally speaking, when these two clash, the U.S. Championship title or something
Or
of that
American
nature is on the line. Boy, that loss yesterday took a really big wind out of Fabi Sales. Today, we have a Nimzo Indian, Rubinstein E3, and it's kind of surprising to me how these old lines get revitalized. Why did this ever fall out of fashion? No idea. It was always considered a very decent line for black. You would drop back with the bishop on d6. You would not give up your bishop, and then you'd play for e5 in order to open up the bishop. And people said, yeah, it's pretty good, and then they stopped playing it.
Yeah. There's plenty of options along the way. Like we could, if we felt qualified, and I don't, we could spend an age discussing why not go into the tabia with a knight still back on g1. The tabia would be this position. This is a very, very well-known position which was discussed, I think, starting from the 1940s, maybe even earlier, and was considered to be by far the main position of the entire opening. Now it's much less fashionable. And I think one of the reasons is this: if you do it here, the knight often does not go to f3 at all. It goes to e2, g3, and white goes for the quote-unquote Botvinnik plan of crushing you in the center with f3, e4 eventually. I have a feeling maybe even in those positions they often go f3 and then go rook a2, g4, rook g2, and just keep the king on e1 and the knight on g1 forever. The central structure is so sturdy that you can afford to even do funky stuff like this. But d takes e4 is obviously playable. Bishop takes e4 is the sanest reply. There is bishop takes h7, but it's not supposed to be very good. And then recapturing on b4. Next move, bishop c4, bishop d6. A very straightforward plan for black here, just trying and, well, succeeding in organizing the e6, e5 push, freeing up the bishop on c8. White understandably goes d5, knight e7 and d4, at least entombing the bishop on d6 a little bit. a6. Black actually often wants to play b7, b5 here, and then play the bishop d7 or the bishop b7 maneuver and start digging with c7, c6. Wesley says no.
Stop.
Yeah, h7, h6 for now. Once again, a useful move, not committing. Let's say the knight on a7 might eventually go to g6, but you want to still keep the option open of pushing c7, c6 and equalizing situation in the center, because white often replies with d takes c6. And now Wesley is thinking, there's a number of very logical looking moves. Having played a4, a5 seems okay. Rook e1 seems okay. I guess h2, h3, just to never have to think about anything coming to the g4 square. For instance, like I would like to play bishop e3, but maybe I don't like thinking about knight g4. And then in some positions f5 might become playable. So what I do about it is I play h3, and then I can put the bishop on e3 very, very safely later in the game. But black probably does play c6 now.
Well, statistically speaking, how does the results of this opening?
No games.
No games? What?
a4 appears to be a novelty in a very well-known position. Rook e1 has been played a bunch here, h3 has been played a bunch here. All kinds of moves. As you can see on my screen here, there's a long list of games. But a4, one game, knight g6, h6 is a novelty. Not a4 is a novelty, h6 is a novelty.
Well, thank you for that. I mean, listen to me. Statistically, what are the outcomes? Tell us about the head-to-head of these two players. I mean, again, they've clashed so many U.S. championship titles, GCT titles.
Let's have a look.
Yeah.
Well, mostly draws.
Wow.
As expected, 36 draws, but Wesley has a 1-point lead, 7 wins and 6 losses.
Wow, but wow. You can see how closely matched they are. In the universal rating system, I see that Fabi has, well, I'm going to say 30 points. That's kind of significant in a world ranking, 10th versus a 3rd. And tell me about the probabilities entering this round for the results of today's games.
Well, of course, the most expected result is a draw in every game.
Okay.
But surprisingly, Abdusattorov's expected to win over Firouzja.
Wow. Wow, I didn't see that coming. They must have matched up in favor. Wow.
So is Anish over Ding, but that's because they've played a lot of games and Anish has...
Okay, well now I'm confused because I just saw the head-to-head between Wesley and Fabi. Wesley has a 1-point lead.
Maybe he lost all his white games?
Right. I know Fabi has a much higher rating and higher in the world rankings, but 14% to 19%. I'm going to have to talk to Ben and get a righteous explanation
And
for
he'll
that.
be our guest tomorrow.
No way.
In fact, so we'll get to ask all the questions.
The man behind the curtain?
Let's go to Nodirbek's game. He's playing Alireza, as we know.
Our tournament leader. And let's just see what's taken place. When we left it, we had seen this, I want to say, tame way of playing against the Berlin with d3 and early castles. a5. Oh, queen e2. That's a big surprise. I was really more or less certain that knight c4, bishop c7, and those lines, possibly with f4, that Peter was showing.
And the engine agrees with you. The engine is saying knight c4 is, at least our engine suggests knight c4 is slightly to be preferred. I guess the point of the move a5 is that after knight c4, bishop c7, we have this idea of pushing the bishop away from a good square on b3 by playing a5, a4, and then the same fork if you take, meaning white might have to burn a tempo on a2, a4, and then we have time enough to play bishop b6, start pushing for the d6, d5 break. But what Alireza did, he did it very quickly. Sorry, Nodirbek. Nodirbek is still on 156 on his clock. So he's allowed a4, the bishop got pushed away. This is honestly a bit difficult for me to explain because it feels like we haven't really gained much. And also the move queen e2 specifically, like we're inviting bishop g4, we'll have to play queen e1.
And bishop g4
Bishop g4 is not a bad move, yeah. We castle with black, like knight c4, bishop c7. It feels like with black I made all the moves I wanted to make, and with white we gave up some space on the queen side. We're still not really... f4 is playable here, but my guess is d6, d5 is equalizing, although not really. d5 it says white is better, but knight h5 is very, very strong here, pushing the bishop away from this diagonal first and then playing d6, d5 next move. This is fine for black. And after queen e1, instead of castling, you can also maybe make an argument for playing bishop e6 to make knight c4 less attractive. And also, if knight c4 does land, there's an argument for keeping the bishop on this diagonal and not even allowing f4 altogether.
Right.
This all looks pretty healthy for black to my eyes.
Yeah. Well, one of the things that happened to me as I started chess, I love capturing. That was great. Capturing was the best. But then as I got better and was playing against better and better players, I understood that they weren't going to let me capture. So then what became really, really nice was attacking the pieces and winning a tempo. For me, the move bishop g4, winning the tempo, developing with a gain of time, forcing the white queen to move. Boy, now that you can't play f2, f3, returning.
It is very tempting,
yeah. Yeah, because I would have thought that the move bishop g4 would just give me an advantage. I mean, I get to develop a piece for free, and especially if the queen, I'm not sure the queen is any better on e1 than it was on d1, for example. And feels like queen e2 might have been a
yes,
badly
strange.
timed.
But I will say, I mean, bishop on g4 will also walk into some tempo moves eventually.
Yes, yes. I mean, and for that reason, Peter was saying, you voluntarily pull the bishop back, with or without castles, by the way. Move the bishop back, and then you kind of push the queen to e1. All right, we'll keep an eye on this one. There was one game we didn't go to.
Right, MVL against Prague.
And let's go there. How... Oh my gosh.
It's
a day of the Italians, Peter.
I think it's a tournament of Italians.
So yes, by far the most popular tournament, popular opening of the tournament. And as I mentioned, with the inclusion of h3 and castles, or rook e1 and castles, this is still the game between Anish, Giri, and Ding. But here, why am I misnaming the players on every board today? MVL goes a4 here, castles, h3, h6, rook e1. This is maybe the main position of the Italian of the last 10 years, with the line rook e8 before bishop e6 takes, and queen c2 being the absolute mecca that everybody appears to have played at least once. But Prague goes for a slightly different setup here with queen e7. We're obviously still going to play bishop e6 next move, but we're doing it in a slightly different fashion. And Fabi replies with something which I think only really appeared on the scene maybe 4 or 5 years ago. People started playing b3 in every single position as a reply to bishop e6. Basically saying, I'm not against the bishop trade, but could you please improve my central situation a great deal if you want the bishops off the board? Obviously, you've also cut away all the squares from your bishop, but it's not very easy to exploit. And one thing I will say for queen e7, with this x-ray along the e-file, it's much harder to push d6, d5 for free. If you play d5, he takes d5, suddenly also bishop a3 becomes something they have to worry about.
Careful.
Yeah, so the very desirable, generally, push with d6, d5 now needs to be prepared. Maybe you can start with rook f8 and it becomes more playable on the next move. I briefly became interested in the idea of playing b5, but that just doesn't work out. My point was, we are now threatening bishop takes f2,
Yay.
and then rook takes a1. But we lose more material than we gain after bishop takes b5. We can still do it, but it costs us 2 full pieces. And the bishop on 6 isn't in trouble. If we could maybe find some way to keep it there, like d6 creates a threat of queen c5 check, but even bishop takes d5 very simply solves the issue of how to get it back home safely. Right. So the options appear to be rook f8, rook a d8 in some order. I don't think we are spending a full another tempo on move knight a5 trying to provoke white to trade. I think that's a bit too much. So expecting something to be developed in the center for now.
And again, it's MVL. MVL is white.
I called him Fabi again.
You don't worry. Keep it up, Peter. You're bound to be right.
Yeah, eventually we'll get to this game.
We'll get to a Fabi
I don't know what's
I think we should go back to Gukesh.
Yes.
Interesting developments in that.
When we left it, it was
Caroline?
the bishop b4 check, castles, bishop takes d2, and here Peter had given us a nice
Speech
insight.
about knight takes b2.
Yeah, with c3.
This was not played.
And for those of you who joined us late, shame on you. But it's a lovely trick, and it's really nice,
Very nice.
to show it. Queen takes c3, knight takes e2. That's easy. But knight takes d4, queen takes d4, and once again, the knight takes e2.
Can't get away from those forks.
Yeah, the tactic comes to the rescue. Therefore, in the actual game, there was no knight on b1 takes d2.
He didn't want to allow c3, so he took with the other knight.
Exactly. So now c3 is defended, but okay. Keeping an eye on the diagonal. The diagonal
Now
has
after
been
castle,
open.
pawn on d4 is hanging, so e3 first.
Right.
And e5 seems like a very logical response.
Opening.
Knight's gone from f3, so why not?
Exactly. Opening up the bishop diagonal, and whoa, that is
And Gukesh has
a cute move.
Only spent 2.5 minutes, while Jan has spent more than 20 minutes.
Okay, queen b5. Obviously, queen takes c4. The naive, I'm winning my pawn back, what could be wrong with this, runs into knight b6, and then we'll just capture on d4 for black. So queen to b5 says, okay, move your knight. And in this case, if you move your knight to b6, it's not going there with a tempo, and I could
E5
possibly
first.
take on e5 first. Although that's not the end of the line.
It doesn't seem unplayable, and there's even sharper ways of dealing with the same.
e6?
Yeah, bishop e6 I think is the best move here. And after knight b6, I'm pretty sure the intention is not even to recapture this one the way you're describing. The intention is probably of doing this. And yes, you're never entirely comfortable giving up the bishop on g2, having played g3. Your king side is now not entirely safe. But this is not great.
The triple.
Yeah, this is not great, and there are really, apart from the bishop, which could land on h3, there are no attacking pieces threatening our king. So I think this is quite good for white. So the main two moves here are probably bishop e6 and knight f6. And after bishop e6, the reply is actually quite striking, or at least the reply I expect to happen on the board. The choice is between knight c3, which is a normal move. This is not that shocking. And the one I wanted to show is this one.
Whoa.
The point being that if you do this, this actually costs you material. Because you cannot go back. You will get the fork. And yeah. So after bishop d5, you have to take with the bishop. Now, obviously, e4 knight takes d4 loses on the spot. No, yeah, bishop e6 and then knight d4. Important to do it in the right order. And this is horrible for white. You haven't won any material, and the bishop will be on h3 next move. But you can and should play knight c3. And now bishop e6, d5 is pretty strong because knight d4 is no longer an option. We kept the pawn on e3.
Clever.
Therefore, after knight c3, black has to go knight e7. Let's say knight d5, queen d5, knight takes d5, d takes e5, or knight c4, e d4, maybe rook fd1. This looks dry, but sometimes these types of positions are slightly better for white. Having shown you on these lines, I am now leaning towards actually playing knight c3 here, because I think bishop takes d5 really takes too much off the board. Knight c3, if black naively takes back, now the entire position under tremendous pressure. d4, d5 might be a threat. Simply knight takes c4 is a strong threat. Queen takes b7 is a massive threat. This is just not good. What you should do instead is choose between knight c7 and knight cb4. Knight cb4 looks a bit more ambitious. And now, for instance, knight takes, queen takes b7 pretty much always is playable, but after e4, rook b8 appears to be okay. Knight b6 also appears to be okay. So instead of that, the engine in this position does the same little trick. Knight c4, e4, and rook fd1. And it seems like black is holding on, but black probably needs to find a way to equalize on the spot. And the way the computer currently suggests doing it on my screen is the move queen e7. Unpinning, but seemingly leaving this piece unpraised, but
Having c6.
you do have c6. And this seems to work out. But if you don't do that, and let me make a stupid move. I don't know. Let's say queen c8, rook takes d4, c6, queen, I don't know, queen a5. These types of positions very often are quite dangerous for black because this is just a much better bishop. The pawns very often start marching down the board. Like very often, 2 moves later, you will find yourself in a position like this. Yeah.
Oops.
And it's not very enjoyable. It's not the end of the world, but it's really not very enjoyable for black at all.
Right.
So you do want to do something about this immediately, and queen e7 appears to be one way. Maybe knight d5, b6 is another. So this is kind of an approximation of what could happen after queen b5 if black goes bishop b6. Knight f6 is stronger than knight b6. I'm guessing because in this position, as I said, like in the previous version with knight on b6, there were no pieces on the king side apart from that bishop on h3 potentially. Here it's a very different story. We go bishop h3, rook c1. We can go rook e8. We can go even rook b8 first. If you take on c4, rook b5 already kind of wins because the queen is in a lot of trouble. The queen gets chased around and actually captured on the h4 square. You can't stop rook h5.
That's
so the difference is really, really dramatic here because between having knight on f6, which is a good square, and knight on b6, which is a kind of a meh square for the knight. Knight f6 is playable. As a response, white goes d5. We play a6. White also forces the other knight to a poor square before recapturing on c4. We go knight takes d5, queen c3. Once again, if this was already on a good square, we would be better, definitely better with white. With this knight still being undeveloped and the rook on a1 not in the game, I'm not sure this is a lot. But structurally, you pretty much always prefer white. So it becomes a question of whether white can finish development and kind of neutralize the fact that black currently occupies more of the board. But structurally, this is very nice. This is a much better bishop. White has the mobile center and so on.
wonderful. What is this particular line of the Catalan called? Does it have a name?
I am horrible with opening names.
I think it. Yeah, if you click on it, does it give the name?
Click on openings. It might give you a name.
Modern sharp variation.
Modern sharp variation.
Modern sharp variation.
There is the mild.
Named, named after Colonel Sharp. Colonel Sharp. Yeah.
Queen b5 on the board, and you were saying that Jan, who is perpetually fast, he plays his openings really a kind of explosive style.
He's already spent half an hour.
And he
just played knight f6.
After quite a long deliberation, knight f6. And there was just a line, I'm sure Peter was a little bit fast in that explanation. There was a line that he went too quickly with, and that was in this variation, where he went bishop h3. It was something like rook c1, it was something like rook b8, and yes, if you were sharp and you hold on. How did he do that? Where he won the queen. The variation where.
Line.
Okay, let's just say rook e1. It went really fast. Knight takes c4, rook b5.
Rook b5 and rook f5. Yes.
Yeah, and if you'd followed, there was a queen d5 sighting as well, and that was a whoop. That was the old double hit.
In the current position as a
Yes.
Catalan player, I wouldn't really be looking at bishop c6.
No,
I'd
you
be
want to
looking
preserve
at
the bishop.
Either d5 or d takes e.
Okay, well, d takes e, it was that
Right.
a6 move, right?
So let's take a look at d5.
Okay.
Yeah, here it looked like
Like
equal,
black was
but
okay.
white structure is better.
It's funny, and I think it's the Wesley So Fabiano game where there's a black bishop on d6,
Yeah.
right? I mean, it's the same position. There's just a black bishop on the
And
board.
that came from the Nimza opening, but still very, very similar structure.
Yeah, so, okay, so knight here. So we can imagine a black bishop here.
Knight
and
c3.
Knight c3, and let's see what there's a bit of a problem. So I can play c6 in this case, right? And remind you that there is a hanging feller.
D takes.
D takes, I thought B takes, but queen takes e5 exists. I'm trying to calculate this to the
Yeah,
end,
that's what
and
I
it's
was
currently
looking at.
failing.
Knight
Queen to queen e7?
Or maybe include, yeah, probably immediately queen e7.
Yum.
Should we
Rook
take on
probably
c6?
fc1 for now, maybe.
And bishop f5. Somehow you always have this feeling that whenever you have this very, very long series of captures, you're going to be okay.
Nazi probably was just completely correct about bishop takes e6, though.
And which
It
one?
might, at the very end there, we're getting
queen
very
d2.
far away from the game, but it's a curious variation. Let's continue. Queen takes d2.
Yep.
Takes on b2.
We've got
Bishop 6
time.
here is very strong. I'm lucky I have bishop h3, maybe not to lose immediately.
Not rook.
Right.
And not
Bishop
rook fc1. Yeah, Nasi suggested that bishop takes e6, and she's completely correct, I think. Rook b8, rook b1, I lose, right? I can't even go rook
I was
b8.
hoping for that.
Rook b8, rook b1. That looks like a skewer. No
Yeah.
question. That looks like a skewer.
Yeah,
but-
bishop h3.
Luckily for me, I think maybe I play bishop h3 and I survive for now.
Right.
That appears not to lose. But it's all borderline. It's all very
Again,
borderline.
Very forcing, though.
Yeah.
Just a lot of the sequences have been really decisive. I'm just going to go back to our marquee matchup, our tournament leader, Alireza. When we left it, we kind of thought that he had done good. We got to this point, and no bishop g4.
Bishop g4 was not played.
H7, H6. Okay, we were looking at variations where that pin could be annoying. So Alireza cut that out. Knight c4. He maintained the bishop on the on the g1 diagonal versus bishop c7. Okay.
And Nodirbek played d4, which I like, because if black takes d4, I think his idea is either e5 or bishop f4.
Yeah,
Both
but
look good.
it can and should be ignored, though. I think
course.
you are not playing
Yeah.
into this. I think
Yeah.
White is,
very
dreaming
dangerous.
of opening some files in the center, and there's absolutely no reason to allow it. You can play both queen c7 and queen e7 appear to be eminently playable here for black.
Queen c7 and or queen e7. I would probably
Yeah, pick one. Yeah.
pick queen e7. Yeah.
And then, I mean, eventually d4 will start hanging if you continue offering it, but also I just want to push b5 and get this knight back to less beautiful looking squares.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Honestly, I thought White achieved something, but at least on my screen, after queen e7, the engine suggests it's time to start bailing, goes d5, and says White probably equalizes, but definitely isn't better at all.
How Peter? What after queen e7?
Yeah, after queen e7, currently there is seemingly some kind of a weird forced draw with queen d3, castles, queen g3, knight h5, queen f3, knight f6, queen g3, which shows you what the engine thinks about this position. Like it actively seeks this out and says, yeah, let's time to wrap this up. Yeah, or it goes d5, d5, and let's say bishop e3 and starts swapping down. But this is where black playing a5 and a4 earlier is very important, because b5, it's interesting that it doesn't go, it does go knight b6, but after knight b6, our old friend bishop g4 comes back into play. We spend the tempo on this, provoke f3.
And now
we go rook b8. And this is completely fine for black. Probably maybe even slightly better for black, but definitely completely fine for black. And in more general terms, if you go knight d2 and I take on e3 and I play, it goes knight h5, but even if we, let's say, play bishop b6 here, or we go a3, I don't know, b4 and play bishop b6, the amount of space gained on the queen side here might not be insignificant, and it's still around equal, of course. But black is a lot happier compared to positions. Like if you imagine the same position, but white has the pawns on b4 and a5 against a7 and b7. So those very often end up being a bit unpleasant for black.
exactly.
And conversely,
yeah.
this is quite good for black here.
I'm looking at bishop on c2. It kind of has a forlorn life.
Bishop g4 played seemingly. Yeah?
Not
Not bad at all, but interesting to do this now and not on any of the previous moves.
White still doesn't have f3, right?
Well,
He takes d.
yeah. I mean, you can go for this gambit. And bishop takes d4 is not that great, but bishop e6 apparently is very strong here with the intention of meeting bishop e3 with d5. Provoking f3 and then playing quite forcefully against the white center.
It's interesting opening up the center while black's king is still in the center.
Yeah, but
bishop g4.
The pieces are well
But
placed.
once again, I mean, we were playing queen d3 even unprovoked, so we're definitely playing queen d3 here. If you ask my screen, there's not even remotely a question about it.
Right.
Castles, and now interestingly, seems like the pawn on e5 is hanging, but it's very, very non-worried about this. Let's say queen takes d3. Once again, interesting. Full pawn down, white should look for equality here. Because rook e8, rook d8, bishop g6, the pawn on e4 is very, very weak. The fact that you can never play f2, f3 because of the bishop on a7 makes it genuinely challenging for white, not only to keep the pawn, but to keep the equality. Yeah, this is very comfortable for black.
Thank you, Peter. And what are the winning probabilities for the players we know coming in to the
I
tournament?
think it's been increasing for Alireza, right?
You think? So Alireza started with an 8.1% chance of winning the tournament.
And Fabi was a huge favorite as a returning champion. And let's see after round one how much that's changed.
From 6th to 1st.
19%. And
Nepo
Fabi dropped down.
Nepo suddenly appeared, even though, according to the probabilities of winning today, Nepo's the underdog. And now, but he is the second chance of winning the tournament. By the way, bishop to d3, we kind of just finished that, and we finished it in a kind of a strange way. Queen to d3, right? We're expecting that Nodirbek will play this move to defend the pawn. And this line, castles, pawn takes, knight takes. You know, with the engines, it's remarkable. I think, you know, in the old days, if I said to Peter, okay, Peter, you're going to go out and you're going to go win another Russian championship, and I want you to play this position with black, he would ask me 3 times out the door, are you sure, are you sure, are you sure?
I mean, it's a nice story, but I would like to, for once, disagree with you. I think this looks like, maybe I wouldn't have believed I'm better with black, but it looks fine. You are a lot more active, you're better developed, your rooks will be on open files here more or less instantly. It looks like black should be okay. It's the fact that it's already below 0 here.
Black
which is very strange.
In this position.
So, like, we just imagine you doing everything what you said you were going to do, right? And
bishop b8 is now a threat. It's just not comfortable to play with white.
Black could also have included a3.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry, that might have been actually an important inclusion because...
we don't want to leave the pawn hanging. I learned from you.
There we go. Bishop to... Would you include a... When would you include a...
Bishop f4, you can go a3 for now.
Right.
Okay, well, it's bishop... So bishop f4, right?
Yeah.
Okay. And then how would it go?
Let's check with the...
With the all-seeing oracle.
The all-seeing oracle, yeah. Bishop f4, rook f8, minus 0.7.
Minus 0.7.
Yeah, it's important actually to start with this rook because it creates a very, very strong threat of bishop b8, which requires immediate reaction. I don't think you even have time to play bishop g3.
I don't have
If you play
time.
bishop g3, now after rook a d8, you have to continue relinquishing space, because rook e5 followed by rook takes d3 is a massive threat. You can't support it from d1 because this bishop controls the square. You have to play bishop c2.
Right.
It goes bishop e2.
Bishop e2.
With rook d2 coming in,
So
also ideas of g5 and knight h5. This might be borderline lost.
So, for example, rook e1, just to continue.
Rook e1, rook g2.
Yeah, we took a pawn.
Bishop takes a4, knight takes e4.
e4, and this is how things really go south.
Yeah. This you probably do lose actually already.
Exactly. Right.
So
F2 is
yeah,
hanging.
we made four normal-looking moves in a row. Yeah, and we are already within the realm of having to make, I don't know, 15 only moves in a row, not to resign.
Wow.
So it is legitimately dangerous. I'm pretty sure this will not happen.
Exactly. Again, thank you, Peter, for that. I mean, it is just a strange look that after winning a pawn, you're suddenly worse.
You're the one fighting for equality.
Right. But we do like queen d3 nonetheless. We just don't like winning the pawn after castles.
Right.
Yeah, queen d3 castles, it goes queen g3 or... Actually, queen g3 is also very concrete because...
Bishop e2?
Yeah, bishop e2, we have bishop takes h6 somewhere. Ah, oh my God.
We do.
Oh my God.
Right.
I really need to check this because he just wants to go knight takes d6 there. No, without bishop h6.
Yeah, bishop h6 not.
Yeah.
Knight takes d6.
It goes knight takes d6 here.
Dropping a rook.
Dropping
a knight.
we had two pieces hanging, so we move one of those two pieces to a different square where it's hanging.
So let's take the rook, bishop f1.
I like you.
Bishop f1, bishop f1, knight f5, knight h5, queen f3, +1.
Knight f5, give me checkmate.
Knight
no,
h5.
you can't have it.
Queen f3.
Not even queen g4,
No,
queen
queen
f3.
f3 for some reason, yeah.
And +1.
+1.
Wow. I love the
Hard to
knights.
argue with the engine.
Well, yeah.
Honestly,
but,
this starts looking, once again, I wouldn't have given this +1, but it does look nice for white.
Exactly.
Very nice center. All of our pieces kind of aimed at the black king side. Gorgeous knight on f5 that cannot be challenged. This does look good for white. This I'm not shocked about.
Right.
But seeing knight d6 from
Yeah.
afar is not simple.
Yeah.
The big question is, do you even kind of start analyzing queen g3 because you go bishop e2, maybe bishop h6, no knight h5, I resign, let's make a different move.
Right.
I think this is how the calculation goes in this position.
But knight takes d6. The other variation was take the rook, take the knight, take the pawn. I was going to drop back with the queen. So,
Queen d6 is not great. Let me tell you, and once again,
Why?
I have to preface this
Sure.
by saying this is not the strongest engine in the world that
Okay.
I'm quoting here. But after knight d6, go back to play.
yes.
Here, yeah, knight h5,
Immediately.
yes.
Okay.
Trying to avoid the fork.
Right.
White goes queen takes e5.
Okay.
We go bishop b8.
Of course.
We're still not taking on f1, yeah.
Right.
Now everything is hanging for white. Knight takes b7.
Of course.
Queen h4.
Of course.
And then it goes. Hang on a second. Let me check
We
what
have
it
to
says.
play what?
You have to go back to d6.
Okay.
Black plays queen d8.
Not
We're still not taking on f1.
D8.
We're still not taking on f1. We're just never going to be taking on f1 in this life or the next. Because we need the reason is we need the knight on h5 to be protected. Yeah, it's just more important than taking a rook. And after queen
chess.
d8, if we don't want the immediate draw with knight b7, we just give this knight up, play rook e1, bishop takes e6, queen f5, and it's some kind of an unclear position.
It's a very fun to remove repetition, though, knight b7.
Yeah. I mean, it is.
Dare I say I have questions?
Yes. Yeah.
Wow.
So do I.
What a variation.
So do I. I don't really understand any of this, and I will bet a bottom dollar on this not happening today,
Exactly.
or any other day, frankly.
Lovely variations, Peter. But we do expect queen d3 nonetheless, not necessarily that after queen g3 the players are going to go into these bishop e2 lines, but they're fun. And they're fun for us to analyze, of course.
I mean, I wouldn't say with 100% certainty we won't see those lines on the board.
You never know.
Actually, of the entire field,
Exactly.
this is maybe the best possible combination of names for this to appear on the board.
Yeah.
These two are fierce calculators. Nodirbek is like a machine. I've had his calculating abilities described to me, and he is good.
Yeah, impressive.
Good at calculating stuff.
Yeah.
And as is Alireza, obviously. So, and also they're completely fearless. So if he just finds the idea of Queen G3 Knight D6, he is the one person in this tournament who might go for it.
Yeah.
Which would have been quite something if we actually got that sequence, or at least some of that sequence onto the board. But I still don't think so.
For some reason, I'm associating Alexander Halifman with this quote where he was either working with or had analyzed with Liam, a young player from Vietnam that nobody had ever heard of. And Halifman saying something to the effect like, I was just amazed at his calculation ability. He just kind of came out of the blue. Liam went on to win all kinds of records.
I'm guessing that was when Liam was young?
Yes, exactly. Very, very young, teenager. He is now here at the Webster University as the coach. Knight takes D6. I just like that variation with Knight F5. I mean, this whole thing starting with Knight takes D6, Bishop takes F1, Knight F5, and I liked
we're currently a full rook down.
White.
We're just a full rook down, and we're
better. But as you kind of described it, well, let me play Queen H5, Bishop H6, and I've got the whole array of pieces. This bishop on C2 is actually playing a kind of a role, even though it's currently blocked. Nice stuff, good stuff.
And just to,
yes,
as a bit of a vignette on your previous story, I just want to say that Liam is maybe one of the kind of biggest underrated players on the scene, because, for instance, he just very recently won his
Biel
third Biel in a row, in front of players like Vincent Keimer. Prague played there, and he just goes there and beats all comers year in, year out. And Biel is a unique tournament in that they combine not all three but all four formats, because I think if everything is tied, your results in the 960 tournament that they hold alongside it actually provide a tiebreaker. And he is very, very good and doesn't get nowhere near the amount of invitations I think his talent deserves.
For those in our audience who's never heard this story, I love associating Biel with Peter, because Peter was at an event and somebody came up to Peter and said, why is it that you don't play in Biel? And Peter looked at the person and said, have you ever tried inviting me? He got an invitation. And I
forgot that story. That is actually a thing that happened. I kind of misplaced it from my memory. But that did happen.
Me?
I can see that happening. Peter giving that answer.
Exactly. I wanted to go to Wesley and Fabi for just a moment, because we kind of slipped away from us. We did leave it after the move A3, A4, novelty, according to
H6 is
my top agent in these matters. H7, H6, H2, H3. The players are kind of throwing marshmallows at each other. What does Bishop say? Yeah.
Well, as I said, you're probably aiming to play C6 eventually, and Fabi clearly. And see, I got the Fabi correct. This is the Fabi game, and those are Fabi's moves. Excellent. I'm doing better already. White really does not have very much to do until you do something in the center. So Fabi, I think, correctly estimates that he can spend all the time in the world preparing for the one break that he has in this position, because that's still what he's going to play. I mean, he's more or less pot committed now. I think if he doesn't play C6 after all of these moves, it will look a bit odd. But he does seem to be quite well prepared for it next move.
What if Wesley plays Queen B3 here?
Why would he play Queen B3?
To take. I know what you're referring to.
An inside joke on panel. Indeed, I was going to ask the very same question, in the words of the singer Meatloaf. You took the words right out of my mouth. What about Queen B3, Peter? You're going to play C6.
I think we can still play C6.
That's what it's all about, and we're going to ask the question. How
he takes D5 for now.
Exactly. Bishop is on pre.
I have an extra pawn. I don't mind trading the bishop.
I like the way you're thinking. Knight takes?
I mean, there will be compensation, but I'm currently struggling to make it sort of very attractive for black. Queen A5 is maybe decent start. I thought bishop b3, but after rook b8, I will have to go to some poor squares. Yeah,
Right.
Maybe I even get
Bishop
captured
E3,
there.
rook
Rook b8, queen a7, knight c8 actually works. I
Hello.
think.
Nice.
That is a wake-up call. Yeah. And again, these two have played so often. I didn't see +1 for Wesley. Somehow I saw 6-6, 36, or even 6-6, 50 draws, but a slight edge for...
Just one extra win for Wesley, 36 draws.
And today is a bit of an anniversary for them, if this graphic is correct. And I think it is correct, because I came up with the same numbers on my screen earlier today. Today is their 50th classical game.
Wow. And I remember, I think it was in Dresden in Germany, the Olympiad. I came at the end. I was a tourist, and I grabbed the bulletin. In those days, they made such a thing called a bulletin, and it was printed. Can you imagine? It wasn't even a digital file. And I opened it up, and it was an interview with Karpov, I believe, and he said something to the effect, kind of like what you said. It was like, this was the day that I played my 312th game in a World Championship match. And I was just thinking about that, because even though they only played 100 games against each other, 120 games against each other, Karpov and Kasparov, they had so many adjournments that they were perpetually playing each other more than once, per game. I mean, it was like, so it was some amazing story.
312?
It was something ridiculous. It was like how do you play this? I mean, you look across and you see in the mirror your own image, but you look across the board and you see.
Yeah, all those. If you remember all those caricatures and papers when they were playing the endless match in '84, like of the two venerable long-bearded people sitting at the board playing their 852nd game. Whatever.
Wonderful. And we've reached that time of our show where we're preparing to go on break. So we've got to check in with our friends at Q Boutique and see what their specials are today. Well, here you go. Unleash your passion for chess with our official 2024 Grand Chess Tour Black Cinch Pad. Made from durable polyester, the Cinch Pad is the perfect way to show your love for the game and its top players. Get ready to dominate the chessboard in style. Available at qboutiquestl.com for all your chess shopping needs. Shop Q Boutique. What do you have for us on our break?
Well, as we go to break, Anastasiya sat down for a one-on-one with Fabiano Caruana. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
Ding, welcome back to St. Louis. Do you remember when you were here last time, and what are your memories about this?
Yeah, last time it was in 2019, it was 5 years ago, long time ago.
Exactly.
Before the COVID, when I win the tournament in the end after beating Magnus in a rapid tiebreak, ending the 10 years winning streak by him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, how do you cherish those memories? How does it feel now to be here after those years?
Yes, when I came back this time, everything changed. You're not the world champion, and also I'm not the defending champion.
These memories when you won this Sinquefield Cup, I mean, do you think it was one of the highlights of your chess career? Like, how was it? How did you feel at that moment?
Yeah, of course. I had the photo when I lift the big trophy over the largest chess pieces. It was an amazing experience.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, such a great moment for you, and now you have to play in the Sinquefield Cup once again after 5 years. So what are your hopes? What are your expectations now after so many years?
Well, it's hard to repeat the success last time, but I try to place on top 5 among all the participants.
Yeah, also Magnus is not playing here this time, yes, so it's a little bit different event. And what do you think about the field, about the players of this tournament?
Except him and also maybe Hikaru, every strong player is there. They are fighting for the final stage of the Grand Chess Tour. I'm not the main player, I'm the wildcard player, so I don't have this kind of pressure.
So do you feel that it's kind of easier for you to play without this extra pressure on your shoulders?
Maybe it's a little bit easier, but classical chess is always depressed.
Were you following previous events of Grand Chess Tour? Who was the most impressive player? Who made the biggest impression on you?
Yesterday I watched the live video a little bit. I followed last two games of Hikaru. He won both of the games and finished third place. So his performance impressed me a lot.
And from Romania classical event, were you following it?
Yes, I remember Dick's performance. He lost two games in the first rounds, but then he managed to hold on and draw the last remaining games.
The fact that also Gukesh is playing in this Sinquefield Cup makes this event, of course, I think special for you because you are going to play the World Championship match against him later. What do you think about his performance so far, and are you looking forward to meet him in this tournament?
Well, he's not having his good days, best days in the Rapid and Blitzkrieg tournament, but he did hold his own in the classical tournament, and his rating now is higher than me. And he is among the world top 10 players, so he has a bright future ahead.
But you have quite good results against Gukesh. I think you are leading in your personal score. Does it somehow give you extra confidence and helps you before your game in this event?
Well, before the Nepo and Carlsen match, Nepo also had a plus score against Carlsen, but in the end, it's all leveled or maybe favored Carlsen at that time. So this was all past.
Can you please tell a little bit about your preparation? Have you started to prepare for the World Championship match, and how is it going? Are you enjoying the process?
Yes, I started to play some training games with my second. Also, the Chinese team organized a training tournament in Hangzhou last days, and I finished the first place.
Great, congratulations. I didn't know about that. Yes, this is really, is it helping for you to gain confidence, and these training camps, what are you doing during, if you can tell a little bit, during those times?
Yes, it was held. The games are not published. Yes, we just play the games ourselves. Yeah, in the end, I overtake Wei Yi to finish in first place.
Will we see Richard Rapport as one of your seconds of your team?
Well, I won't tell you it now because it will be revealed when the tournament is approaching.
I see, okay. It's looking forward to learn all this information, of course. And of course, there will be a very important event after the Sinquefield Cup. Of course, everybody will go to play in the Olympiad, and Chinese team is participating this year. Are you looking forward to this event too? And what are the goals of the team?
Because we are the third seed, our main goal is to finish the top 3 place. To fight for the first place is quite difficult. Or not even extremely difficult.
Yeah, but still, I think everything is still possible, right?
Yes.
So, all the best of luck for you, Ding, in this tournament, and thank you for your time, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
Welcome back, everyone. We have a very special guest with us, Edward Jones financial advisor Alex Kerford. Welcome to our show, Alex.
Thank you, Nazi. Glad to be here. Thank you.
Can you please tell us how your company is involved with St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame?
Absolutely. Edward Jones, it's a core value that we partner for positive impact with organizations within our community, and to see the work that the St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame have brought to the St. Louis community and across the country has really been inspiring. And so it was a pretty easy decision to partner and to be engaged with all the things that we're doing to serve the 115,000 plus kids, the music series that happen at the Hall of Fame. Mm-hmm. It's a great thing that we see and a great way to partner together.
Yeah, and we greatly appreciate your support. Also, I've heard that you started the Corporate Chess League, which has gotten really huge. Tell us more about that.
The Corporate Chess League, about 7 or 8 years ago, was really an idea as I was just trying to build a business in my industry. And so brainstorming ways to network with other people, and it grew into this idea of something that I enjoyed doing for fun with chess, and a way to hopefully help build my business and networking. And from that idea, I had called up Lauren Bauman over at the St. Louis Chess Club, and the club just brought all the logistics to it. We really helped it take off. But in order to have a competition, we did need to have competitors. Right. And so I called my friend over at Ascension at the time and just said, hey, Team Edward Jones challenges you to a match of chess, and what do you say? And he said, yeah, bring it on. And so that was really how it started. And from there we had maybe 12 people, and now we have close to 12, 15 companies that are participating and teams that are building out.
And you play yourself, right?
I do play, and looking forward to the upcoming season. It's a lot of fun, and certainly encourage others to join in.
I got a question for you, though. I mean, after 7 years of corporate league, improving, watching these guys, how's your game?
Hey, I'm still working at it. Yeah, nothing at, these guys' level. But the competition, Yasser, has greatly increased over the years. We have a few FIDE Masters, some folks that are coming out, and and really making it difficult to be in that
my
top
God.
4. Yeah.
How do you compete with Rex? I know you're on the board, so.
Oh, you're putting me on the spot with Rex. I don't know if I should answer that. I will say that Rex and I have played. He participated in the corporate chess league.
He did.
Yes, and I did not lose. And did not draw either.
Very
Can I just
nice
leave
way
it,
of saying.
leave it at that? Okay.
Nice. Well done. Very,
With the
very
queen
good.
sacrifice.
And
Exactly.
follow-up question, for local companies who want to play this year, how should they join?
So there's an easy way that companies that are interested in participating can go onto the St. Louis Chess Club's website, and on there's information about the Corporate Chess League, and Ryan Chester will be a great person to contact. I think some of my information is on there as well, and would be happy to help people get signed up for the upcoming league start, which will be next month, kicking off.
Inquiring minds want to know who's champion.
The current champion
drum
is
roll.
Team Wash U Law School.
No way.
They won in convincing
let the
fashion.
lawyers?
The lawyers came in and did very well. They have a couple of very good players. But I will tell you, Team Edward Jones has a surprise in store starting next month. So they'll have
secret
to come out
weapons.
and see. Yeah, indeed. Yeah.
And lastly, your pick to win this year's Sinquefield Cup. You're hearing it first. Edwards Jones. For all your clients.
I just gotta say, like, Alireza does really well in St. Louis. I was here 2 years ago, saw him come in and hit the trifecta of the Blitz, the Sinquefield, and then go on to, I think if he wins the Sinquefield, I don't know mathematically, he'll win
He'll be the champion again.
So, I think he's coming in with a lot of confidence yet again, and I think if you would have asked me before yesterday, I would have put my vote with Fabiano, being at home and having some of that hometown, but I think Alireza could certainly be the one to pull it out again.
Alex, thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure when you make it to the show. Thanks again.
Thank you.
It's great having you on the show.
Absolutely.
appreciate it.
And our standings coming into round 2 featured one player who had the lead. And where do we currently stand, Nasi?
Right, so after a very dramatic game, Alireza Firouzja won his game at the end yesterday against Fabiano Caruana, and he's currently leading the event.
Because of this massive tie for second, as 4 games yesterday all ended in a draw, but not through lack of effort. It was an enthralling round. And Peter, where is the action in round 2?
There is a lot of developments, but I think we will start with the game of the world champion. There on our screen, this is the game between Anish Giri playing the white pieces against Ding Liren, and we'll wait so that we don't have to do it blindfolded. There we have it. And interestingly, we were only really talking in this position about the options of h3, f3, and maybe knight g3. Anish has gone with the whole separate idea of playing bishop f4, which I think has a lot of solid foundation. The one counterplay source that we were talking about is the move d6, d5, and I think supporting the future attempts, at least, to play e4, e5 in response is very healthy. But Ding, I think, very correctly, immediately chases the bishop away. It goes to g3 and continues chasing it away, or at least trying to chase it with h5. And this is becoming a bit tricky for white, because I'm pretty sure the idea is to meet h3 with h4. Yes, it does lose the pawn for now, trading the knight on g4 for the bishop on g3. And if white stabilizes here, if you give white, let's say, a tempo to play f2, f3 safely, I think white will be quite happy with his extra pawn. But queen f4 and queen h4 as well, but queen f4 in particular, I think, is very awkward to meet because g4 is now hanging. We cannot play f3 because the knight will drop. If you go knight g f5, even bishop takes f5 is quite decent because e4 is hanging. You can also start with rook e4, but the prescribed way is to play bishop takes f5 and only take on e4 if gf happens. And black is really starting to slightly take over. This is still within drawing margins, but you definitely prefer black with that fantastic bishop on a7. So this is just immediately completely fine for black. After some thought, Anish played knight d4 f3, which is holding things together. We have prevented h5, h4. We're now ready to chase the knight away. And H4 is still playable. I'm being informed with a very, very cute idea, but this unfortunately is an immediate draw. I'm hoping this doesn't happen, despite it being spectacular. This is a very, very rare case of sacrificing a queen for a single piece. But the queen is hanging, and there is nothing that can stop this perpetual.
Back and forth, yeah.
You can play queen d4, but you will lose after bishop takes d4. C takes d4 and knight takes e4, and you're down a pawn for nothing. So you do have to put a queen somewhere where it doesn't stop knight h3 double check. So a line like this is extremely, well, forced, not even likely forced.
Oh, and we can't take on f2, that loses the piece.
And also h4.
Yeah. So h4 is basically an immediate draw, but it also has no choice whatsoever. You cannot play this because, well, any capture on f2 wins on the spot, apart from queen takes f2,
Which is a draw.
which is a draw, as we've well established. Yeah. So h4 is an immediate option to make a draw for Ding. He, in a similar spot yesterday, he did do it
Went for
in a position where he absolutely could have played on, at least until bishop d3. Maybe in the final position after bishop before d3 he kind of has to, but he did, to a degree, bail out in a very promising position. Here it's a bit different because black does not have any advantage. The way to play on would be maybe somewhat fancifully play knight e5 and then take with the rook, because we do not want to blunder the h5 pawn. I mean, strategically we would very much like to take like this, but it's a healthy pawn. It's a healthy pawn, and eventually white will come out like knight e3, f3, bishop f2. This looks like a bit of a silly bishop, but it will be on decent squares eventually.
Apologies to...
And h4 apparently has been played, and we are now blitzing towards the end of the game. Yeah,
Exactly, knight takes f2.
we'll wait. Yeah, we can watch, I guess, the video in full screen because this game is not long for this world.
Exactly, queen c2.
Well, any square, honestly, it does not need to be c2.
Well, e4, well,
f3, I mean,
e4, yeah.
f3, h5, d5, really most squares. Maybe not any square, but most squares.
f3, h5, d5, and c2. And we're seeing the same drawing.
Yeah, f3
in
chosen
every
by
case.
Anish, but yeah.
Knight double check to the king. King only move, king h1, pardon me. Knight back to f2, king g1, and draw agreed. Opening success for black as far as I'm
Absolutely,
concerned.
yeah.
Yeah.
As I mentioned, this is a very topical line with white. It should and is now taken very, very seriously, this idea of giving up the light square bishop just to develop faster. And yeah, Ding showed some very decent awareness of it, and then I'm assuming bishop f4 came as a surprise, but he reacted very logically against it. And yeah, this game is our first result of the day. Nicely played, correct game. It's a bit of a pity that it didn't continue because the position looked interesting, but I think as opposed to yesterday where I think some criticism could be levied and Ding's decision not to continue, today he is perfectly within his rights to.
And a remarkable thing in their head-to-head matchup was that Anish Giri was the one who has a very good record against our reigning world champion. So maybe from Ding's point of view, you know, sometimes you match up badly with an opponent.
Yeah, you have these opponents that you're uncomfortable playing.
Exactly.
And you're just happy to quickly get it over with a draw.
Right, exactly. You kind of feel like, okay, I got one away from one. A draw in this one, and which compels me to go to the game between Gukesh and Nepo as these two challengers face off to one another.
Actually, very interesting. After the last move, Queen e7, I see
I'm just going to catch up.
Although it looks like the most natural move. But apparently after f4 now, Gukesh is slightly better.
Yeah,
Queen e7 is considered a poor choice, Peter?
Yeah.
That's a shock.
Yeah, although I can sort of understand why the engine wants to play Queen d3, which is much more direct. The idea, I guess, you would normally want to play something like Queen b3, but then Bishop g4, just in time before this knight goes somewhere and attacks the queen with a discovered attack. This is just very, very strong. You cannot play f3 because this is a check, and white is just in trouble. You can play Queen c1, but it's not really a very attractive square, so what probably ends up happening is takes. Now, tactically, you would like to play knight c4, but instead of protecting d3, we are attacking this knight on c4, and this works out fine for black. So that was a way to try and equalize on the spot. But Jan is another one of those players who I think very much prefers to keep the game afloat. And I think what happened here is he assumed that f4 knight g4 is unplayable.
Stop. Just, yes.
Because
stop.
e3 is completely unprotected. We're now attacking it with two pieces, not just one. And this is a big fork.
Yeah, right.
But apparently after rook fe1, I mean, we can and maybe by this point should take on e3, but it doesn't work out well for us because of the pin along the e file, knight g4 only move, and now knight c4 is stronger than knight f1. I wonder when, I guess h3 queen c5 works out for black, yeah. This you don't do, because now this is a massive, massive threat. But you can play knight c4. The only move to make here is bishop f5. And now white has this option of taking rook takes e3. Once again, the queen is attacked, but we are responding to it by attacking the black queen. Some simplifications happen. But in this endgame, we can throw in h3, but we can also just take on b7, knight e3, and play rook d4. And these endgames are very dangerous for black because of how disjointed the structure is on the queen side.
Split.
Maybe you make a draw after playing very precisely in this endgame. At least we got rid of the g2 bishop, but these are still very, very bad weaknesses, and this is a very strong knight supported by the pawn on b2. So if Gukesh finds a 4 here, Jan will find himself in a very uncomfortable situation because knight g4, more or less by force, leads to those unattractive endgames you would much rather not play. Or you can go something like knight d7, and white goes rook fe1 and starts pushing for e4, e5. And the rule about these types of structures, which appear from various openings, this is a Catalan, you can also often get them from Reti openings, is black is fine as long as you have enough counterplay to prevent these two guys from being on f4 and e5.
Right.
If they get to f4 and e5, if for instance in this position you play something like random like knight c5 and you make one more waiting move and it lands, it gets to e5, you get knight e4, knight d6 jumps. Goodbye. Those often go completely off the rails for black. And queen e7, it's a very logical move. And I'm guessing the point Jan was hoping to play around is h3 stopping knight g4 gives us time to play bishop e6. Now after f4 we're very happily trading some pieces off the board. Then we will start trading along the d file. And all of these plans, even if they come to fruition, will come after we've traded maybe all 4 rooks off the board. And then we're not that scared. But yeah, the big difference here is that we can do it immediately, and black does not have knight c4 because the bishop isn't on e6 yet. So a very important turning point in the game right now, because this is an important option.
And I'm sure Gukesh is calculating that right now, because if f4 is successful, his advantage is very clear.
Exactly, and as Peter was mentioning, that you get these positions where the pawn, the majority, if you will, you put your majority into play, e4, e5, well, h3, you can chase the knight away. It's very nice advantage. One of the line for me that was really kind of complex and confusing was here with this move, knight c4, for just a moment. I was still struggling, if you will, and I understand that bishop f5 and this ending that Peter was mentioning with the split pawns, that's a very nice ending actually for white.
He did not play f4.
Yeah, but he did play h3, and I think this is your absolute default reaction here.
Right.
You want to play f4, but you
don't want to see the knight.
Yeah, you want to deny the g4 square to all of the black pieces.
It was just looking at this position, and just again, I was just, still kind of coming to grips with this because I saw some line where if I take
queen takes though, all right?
Pardon?
Queen takes here. The last
There's
rank.
mate on the first rank, of course. Ugh. Thank you, and that's good enough. But queen takes, and the rook will land on d8. Oops. I was going to play bishop g4 in a variation where I saw bishop e4. h2, h3, let's say, you don't really have to think either. I mean, h3 is just a nice move. You want to play e4.
I think you play it in the blitz game 10 out of 10 times.
Exactly. Bishop e6 came instantly, as you said, for sure. Nepo was thinking that this was the way the game was going to go. F4, knight c4, we trade a pair of pieces.
Yeah, this drifts towards equality. Rook f1, rook ad8. Yeah, the more pieces come off, the more we are unafraid of this pawn march in the center. Because
exactly. And
after all, black doesn't really have any weaknesses, so it's not
exactly.
like this is.
I'm pressing you off the board or something of that nature. All right. Maybe a missed opportunity there for Gukesh. Nasi, where would you like us to go?
We'll check with Nodirbek against Alireza.
Yeah, this is sharpening up quite nicely,
It's starting to look like
Sveshnikov,
Sicilian, right?
right?
Yeah. The knight on d5.
Yeah, or a knight or from some sort. Queen d3 was played as expected. Black just replied to it instead of castling, and once again, those positions. I was making an argument for this being a very natural pawn sacrifice, but I do have the screen, and maybe it's not that natural if a player as strong as Alireza felt he absolutely had to include b5 to prevent it. Knight e3. Here the choice is between bishop c8 and bishop e6, but I think you pretty much always play bishop e6. Yes, it allows d4, d5, which is maybe something you at least have to calculate, but this change of structure is generally accepted to be okay for black. Knight takes d5, I think very logical decision here. If you go e takes d5, bishop d7,
You're not
you don't really have a good job for this knight anyway. You probably end up playing bishop f5 and trading it for the bishop on d7. And this is one of those cases where I think you'd much rather trade it for the knight and not the bishop. So you go knight d5, knight d5. This hasn't been played yet, but I'm expecting it to be played. Although other moves are available, but they look a bit strange. One move the machine suggests is bishop d7, which I can at least understand. b5 is hanging, so we protect it. The other one I saw on my screen just a moment ago, that would be quite something if we saw it in the game. Just allowing knight f6 gf. And
I've seen enough Sveshnikovs that it doesn't shock me.
There's
Also,
I'm trying to remember who Ivanchuk was playing, and there's a famous
Vichy.
game. Yeah. Vichy beat, I think, Vasily in a nice game where in some endgame he allowed this spoliation of his kingside structure.
Yeah.
But it turned out that in particular in endgames, it just allows you to challenge the white center so much easier. But with the queen's on, in particular, if you continue the line, it goes king e7 here. I don't think people play like this. I genuinely don't think people play like this, even if it's okay, and it does seem to be okay. Let's say bishop e3 looks logical. We take, and yes, we start offering endgames. Unsurprisingly, because this is aimed at eventually playing a good endgame.
Right.
But yeah, I don't think queen d7 is really anybody's choice here. I'd be shocked if it's
Sorry,
happened.
after queen d7, is queen b5 not hanging for some
Yeah, but I
reason?
think we can do this, right? We do this, and then we take maybe with
This
the king.
is
No, bishop takes a4 here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this I missed. So the engine says we go in this endgame, and the engine also says we're not wars.
What? Wow.
Healthy extra pawn on the queen side. But yeah, this is a very poor bishop, and black will now start rolling, like a 5, a 4.
Wow.
And somehow it's probably actually genuinely very difficult to create a meaningful passer on the queen side. But yeah, this is, once again, one of those variations where maybe if I show a good player this position and ask them for an opinion, they will say, yeah, there's compensation. But to just start looking at it and just start convincing yourself to do this with black when you have other options, that's not going to be very easy.
It's just an extra pawn.
Yeah.
Right. Knight takes d5, and a challenge has been thrown down to Alireza here. It's tough. And what are the probabilities that Alireza, with his victory yesterday, I want to say, of winning the GCT Tour? What do they look like?
Well, pre-tournament, he was already a favorite.
Because of his lead coming in.
Right, 55%, Fabi with 42, but after yesterday's win over Fabi, of course, that has increased, and now he is 81% favorite of winning the Grand Chess Tour.
Wow, with 8 games to go, that 81%, that sure is huge. If you had said 66, you had fudged a little bit. 88%. Well, you see Nodirbek there after the move knight takes b5, and be honest, did you think that pawn sacrifice?
No.
No.
I'll be very surprised to see that on the board.
Like, really? Like,
Why would Black sacrifice a healthy pawn
Right.
so early in the game
Exactly.
when you have other options?
Indeed. So here's a very intriguing challenge. Will Alireza be making that pawn sacrifice? At the times, no, he did not. He just played
Bishop d7, yeah.
I would say the safety move. Bishop d7. A good move, by the way. Nothing wrong with it.
Absolutely. It's a very decent choice, and it is the one that preserves the material balance without, without the alien aspects of playing queen d7, king e7.
Exactly. Peter, I mean, again, it does have all of those feelings of a Sicilian, open Sicilian, a Sveshnikov, if you will. But most especially, I'm drawn to the fact that this bishop on c2, these pawns on b5, a4,
Yeah.
Black has gained a lot.
We're still very much enjoying having played this earlier because
Right.
if it was still on b3, if you imagine the same position with this pawn being on a6
bishop
and this
on
bishop
B-
being on b3,
B3.
it's a whole different story.
Right.
The fact that we've taken away those squares before getting here is very, very valuable to Black.
Right.
Yeah, to me it feels more than a Sveshnikov. There is a line in the Sicilian where you get this structure quite often. Let's say in these positions in particular, after knight b3, bishop a7, Black often follows it up by playing d6 and d5. And you get positions which are pretty close in terms of what Black is doing, but White normally gets a lot more on the queen side. So once again, in comparison, I think we're very happy with Black here because we have the b5, a4 structure already gaining some space on that flank. Elsewhere in the tournament,
Yes.
Wesley, I think, got exactly what Wesley likes to get out of the opening. This is like the dream scenario for Wesley. This is, I think, a tangible little bit of an edge, but also zero risk.
Right.
I think, stopped somewhere here. Wesley played bishop b3, c6, and he responded very, very simply. No fuss, no muss. Takes, queen b3. Looks like the e4 pawn is hanging, but as a matter of fact, in the end there, I have bishop b6, and now the rook will take on e4 next move, so this is not actually a threat. Knight g6, rook a d1, queen e7, and knight d5. And the white advantage here, such as it is based very much on the difference between this bishop and this bishop. If you just sort of naively remove everything, you end up in a position where the knight on g6 doesn't really have very much future. You can play knight f4, but then these positions are not always very safe. This is a bit of a weakness. You might end up having to defend it with g7, g5, then your king might not be safe. e5, e6, if it lands, might really weaken your king side position. So this is not equal. It's playable, but it's not equal. And if you don't do that, White has definite pressure along the d-file. And even endgames, let's say if you somehow withstand this pressure and you end up in some kind of an endgame where, I don't know, the white king gets all the way over to c4 and you have the light pieces on the board, it's still going to be a touch unpleasant. It's obviously within the drawing margins, but it's just generally a very nice little push for White. The way to maybe avoid it would be to try and maybe play bishop c5 in a good way. So the engine goes bishop b4 here to first drive the rook to some poor squares. And in particular, after rook f1, it suggests now maybe we are in time to play bishop c5. And if we do manage to get all four bishops off the board, then of course White's advantage is severely minimized and should be manageable.
That bishop b4 such an annoying move that I have to move back to f1.
Yeah, you can play rook e2. And bishop c5 is still... Oh, sorry, I didn't play rook e2. I tried but failed to play rook e2. Bishop c5 is not as good here. I'm guessing... No, I thought it will have something to do with the rook coming to c2, but no, it's just a better square for the rook. The engine goes, for instance, g2, g3, and says, even if you get everything off the board, your knight on g6 is still somewhat stupid. You would like it to be on c6, frankly, to have some hope of landing on d4 one day. So even this is not entirely equal. It's probably holdable, but it's not fun.
Thank you, Peter. And I'm still mystified that I thought when you were trading off the dark squared bishops, getting all four bishops off the board, the quality was almost within grasp, and yet
Still depends on where the pieces are, yeah.
Yeah,
You're still not
isn't.
assured of immediate equality. And the one game we haven't really visited for a long time is this one,
MVL, probably.
where there has been a lot of developments. After b3, Prague, as expected, played rook f8. Fabi played bishop b3, which is...
MVL.
You even warned me, and I still did the thing, yeah? I think I'm just going to continue doing the thing until the end of the round. And
Right.
let the viewers figure out the running gag here. The running gag is that I'm old and seen. Okay, doesn't matter. Bishop e3 is a logical move, but you could play something like knight g3, queen c2, not commit to further simplifications, but Maxime does go bishop e3. Prague takes, and now goes queen d7, which hints at the idea of just pushing d6, d5 immediately. You could also do the usual thing of improving your one bad piece. We keep having this conversation every day because they keep playing the Italians. So like we have to have this conversation every day. Bishop takes a6, queen takes a6, b3, b4. White finally takes some space on the queen side, but Prague immediately replies by pushing in the center. And an interesting choice here by MVL, because generally, we even discussed this, I think, early in the show. There is this line,
Queen c2.
the old line, well, not the old line, the new line, but the one that didn't happen in the game today, where instead of queen e7, black plays rook e8. And very often in these positions, something that could very easily happen is players getting to more or less this exact setup, where white has a4, b4 against a6 and b7. Black played d5, but d4 it has to be prepared. It's playable, but it has to be prepared, otherwise it doesn't equalize immediately. And this is understood to be at least a little bit better for white. And why not queen c2 here? Seems very similar. I'm not saying this is like a winning advantage or anything like that, but this seems to be what you're playing for if you play these lines with white. And instead, MVL goes queen b3, allowing what happened in the game. Takes, f takes a6. The reason for this is we would very much like to take this pawn off the board and not have to worry about knight e3, d5, which would have been a very, very strong move if we took with the rook.
Right.
Still playable for black after both rook d6 and rook d8, but here we're just a pawn up for the time being. And c3 is hanging. If white has to win the pawn back by making an incredibly ugly move, knight d1, we can go knight f6. Yes, the pawn drops. But we assume first control of the open file. The rook will go either to d2 or to d3. I can't really imagine this being any problem for black whatsoever.
Not with the knight on d1.
Yeah, not, yeah. No. If it was already on a good square, if, for instance, it was on e5.
b3.
Or b3, c5 or somewhere, but yeah, not with the knight on d1. So, curious why MVL thought queen c2 isn't even worth trying here, because it does appear to me that this is exactly what you're trying to achieve.
Again, because I'm an old pawn grower, I'm looking at the rook on e1, I'm looking at the knight on f3, I'm looking at the pawn on e5, I'm looking at the knight on c6, b4, b5?
b5, I think, it's interesting that at first it wasn't even including all the trades. I think I would more or less automatically go for this.
And e5 is not...
We're not even... I will take with the queen if you continue trading, and then the rook will come in connection with my e5 pawn. The bigger question is why this isn't winning a pawn, but e5, e4, it escapes. It escapes and it's well protected once again. You can go like knight cd2, maybe you should go knight cd2, but the queen f5, you're not going to end up winning that pawn.
But instead of knight d2, if we took on e4 and then played knight d2 after?
Same thing, queen f5, maybe.
This time?
Yeah.
Gives us the additional
option.
Knight takes c3 even.
Yeah. No, I want to play with knight f to d2, so then I could play f3.
Ooh.
This does make me play queen g6 or queen f5, but this holds, because if f3 I can protect the rook on e8.
So black's still fine.
Thank you, Peter. How do these two match up with one another, Nasi?
Well, let's have a look. Well, MVL 4 wins, 0 losses, and only 2 draws. So
my money's on MVL. How about you? Wow,
I'm with you
4 wins.
Yeah.
Sometimes, again, you know, we spoke about that sometimes you match up badly with an opponent, and then you kind of get the hex. You know, you don't want to play against MVL anymore.
I will say that I've actually run into the same issue earlier this morning. I have a feeling this is their overall stats, not just classical stats. I have a feeling that the system both Ben and me are taking the stats from treats some games which weren't exactly classical as classical. So yeah, MVL will still be ahead, but I think in terms of classical, there are fewer decisive games.
Very good. Again, the move knight D1 to try to win the pawn back immediately. I fully understand that. I understand this pawn on C3 is hanging. Of course,
Rook
the
C1
move
or?
the move knight C4 is what I'd love to play, except for knight takes C3. So I was just looking at Rook C1, knight F6.
F6 or D6? I'm as yet undecided on which.
Okay.
Probably F6 actually, because I like to have access to the D5 square.
And then we go, and then you...
E4, knight of D2, I guess.
Yes, and we get somewhere here, Peter.
This is interesting.
Because this is a lot different from the knight D1 variation. Our knight is actually on C4.
Engine does prefer knight D6 to knight F6. Not dramatically, but it does prefer knight D6.
Just to not allow knight c4.
Yeah, I felt the knight on C4 was really
Very
good.
yeah.
Okay, sorry, let me do that again. So knight back to D6.
Yeah.
And
it doesn't even try to play knight G4 in response. I wonder why.
which was kind of curious.
Knight G4, we go E4, knight D2, H5.
Knight back to H. How come my knights always end up on bad squares?
And now you have to either abandon the
Knight
dream of winning the pawn immediately, or you can play knight H2. And here, I think very concretely,
Knight
it goes
E5.
A6, A5. It
Yeah,
starts
yeah,
digging at our queen side. And also knight E5, knight D3 might come in.
I'm not loving it. No.
Yeah, so knight D6 is stronger. White is not worse here, but white needs to take some care. The engine goes knight D2, for the time being just preserving control instead of immediately attacking the weakness on E5.
Right.
But black is also completely fine after rook A8, let's say knight G4. I'm pretty sure we can even allow knight takes E5. But if we don't want to, we can play knight F7. Because one thing I will say, if in order to win the E5 pawn, you have to trade all 4 knights,
Then
that will be a draw.
That will be a draw.
That will be a draw eventually.
Yeah, we saw there on the monitor, MVL just kind of, he looked like...
He didn't look very happy.
Yeah, he looked, distraught is strong. He just didn't seem... What would you call that? That's not distraught, that's annoyed, that's...
Maybe bored.
That's tired. Okay, we're not going to say bored.
As my child says, eepy. He's feeling eepy.
Eepy.
Which means sleepy, yeah.
Sleepy.
Feeling a bit eepy.
Nice. Okay,
Let's go over to Gukesh's game against Nepo after F4 has been played.
After H3, though,
Right.
maybe that was a missed opportunity. Back here, we were...
Still, I
This
know
was the
Engine said
moment
it's
where-
very close to equal, but
Let's go.
You
looking
take
at
white,
it,
yeah.
I still like white,
You
right?
take white for sure.
Because we have these ideas. I think we were just looking at something very forcing. Rook to D8. We're looking at E4.
Right.
You like E4?
Yeah.
Yes,
We
Nazi?
take, we go rook d8. This is one of the
Exactly.
two main lines in the position. I think it's completely fine. Yeah.
We just chop, chop, chop. Are we playing E5?
The engine starts with king h2, but I like e5. Do you like e5, Nazi?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
Okay. E5. And chop,
Do you
chop.
take?
Yeah.
I'm assuming we take.
And then queen c5 and knight d5, or?
Or maybe knight d5 first. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
that looks like a decent. I mean, you could
94.
still.
Oh, there's knight e3.
Queen d6, maybe.
Maybe I win a pawn in that line.
90.
These positions could still be quite sharp, actually. Yeah.
I can't
You
resist.
can't stop
Hand
yourself.
is-
Yeah.
Queen a4, bishop b1 you have, right?
Also knight b4.
maybe
a5 thinking, yeah. Queen a4, bishop b1.
That's a funny way of attacking the knight, right?
Knight d6. It's still a bit of a mess. I can imagine, like, you can definitely misplay this with black to a degree that you will be in trouble. I can very easily imagine that. Like, let's say you play f6 here, and after queen takes a5, you realize f takes e5 doesn't quite work, and you're probably already in a lot of trouble. Yeah.
Oops.
Bishop
Queen
d5,
and
queen
knight team
d5,
up.
and you're probably in desperate trouble. Yeah.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah, bishop on b1 is not very safe.
But this was, again, rook e1, rook d8, e4. We were going pretty okay up to a moment, and then something went off the rails.
You took the pawn on it.
Well, no, I did. Wait, something.
No,
No, we took on
D1
D1 first.
Oh,
Queen D1.
sorry. I took on D1 first, yes.
Knight D5, Knight D4, and here we tried
Here
Bishop A2.
we probably need to be a bit more precise, although...
Knight D3, Queen D6.
I think Queen D6 I'm a bit worried, honestly.
Are we?
I don't
pawn
like
on B7
any of our
is
options necessarily.
No, come on, come on.
What
is
are you
this?
playing?
I'll take it.
Knight takes?
Bishop A6. I got this. This is a fabulous knight, isn't it? Give me a pawn.
Okay, thanks for telling me that. Bishop F3.
I think Yasser might be correct, though, because Knight C4 is just in time, just to get rid of our beautiful Knight on D6 ourselves, yeah. Because if you play King F8 here, like if you autopilot for one move, you play King F8, and I go B3, and then King F2.
So I autopilot, you play King F2.
King F2, Knight C2, might still be okay, but I'm beginning to feel, you know, I feel some kind of way about this, as they say. Bishop B4.
We heard that before, professional commentators. I feel some kind of way. Nice. I like it. Yeah. Okay. A little off from the current position, but I think what you said earlier, Nasi, holds. You like white. You just like the space. And for the moment, your majority, you're putting your majority in work. And Black's queenside majority has remained on B7 and C6. So advantage, Gukesh, can he make
Small one.
something out of it? Remains to be seen. I want to just check in again on the Alireza game, because after Bishop D6...
This is stuck, but we are on
Bishop D7.
very good guessing form in the other two.
Okay, tell us about our good guessing form.
This is the position in the MVL Prague game,
Right,
which we
knight
had
D1.
on the screen.
Right.
And this is the position in the Wesley Fabi game, which we also had on the screen. So we're
The second,
Predicted
we're
everything.
proud.
absolutely
proud of
crushing it in those two boards.
Nice.
And here Bishop C5 does look very, very logical. Having lured the rook away from a good square, we can now get to the important business of trading everything off the board.
I'm looking at the game between MVL, notice my emphasis there, and Prague. I have the impression, even though he's so very young, that Prague is one of those players who has embraced the endings. Peter, I think of him as a technically gifted player. How do you see his strengths?
I think he's
so young.
He's a very, very well-rounded player. He doesn't really... I remember at his age, I personally absolutely hated when people forced me to get the queens off the board.
Right.
I disliked it with a passion. I was borderline incompetent as well in most endgames. So that wasn't a particularly joyous experience for me whenever that happened. Not the same for him. I think he's a very decent endgame player. He also seems to enjoy it, which I think is an important part of it.
Exactly.
So yeah, that actually is no longer true as of last week. Basically, he is now a 19.
Oh, congratulations! We're going to change our graphic.
Happy birthday to Prague. And
Did I get any cake? No.
I actually missed it, which they should just fire me summarily for not congratulating me.
You know, there's a beautiful cupcake place right kitty corner around the hotel.
It's a bit late.
You
though.
get the candles.
I had the excuse of flying for the entirety of his birthday.
If you need
but
a
still,
taster,
that wasn't great.
let me know. But going back, 18. Incredibly mature player.
I think he is. Yeah, I think he is a very, very gifted player, and I like the fact that he is so well-rounded. As stylistically, I think it's very difficult to pin him down. And I don't want to overpraise him, but I'm clearly lucked out with the choice of my first serious pupil. You know, I can't really lay claim to being his teacher. But I'm very, very lucky to be working with this young man.
Okay, now self-deprecating aside, what would you like to instill in him that you feel that you have? A discipline for chess?
No.
A joy.
That would be incredibly hypocritical on my behalf if
a theoretical base.
No, I think in a way it's the way I see him as a chess player. it might actually be kind of, we might be a decent match, because my biggest strength as a chess player has always been the practical side of things. Kind of intuitively understanding where to spend time and when not to spend time, like how to approach certain situations, how to react to setbacks, how to react to novelties which take you completely by surprise, things like that. And that is maybe the one thing which is currently missing a little bit. But he's 19. Like, it's supposed to be missing. You don't have the experience for it yet. So I think in that way there is something that I feel I'm good at that I can try and pass along as I watch him play. In terms of, like, I'm definitely not going to be, you know, kind of an opening guru. I wasn't even when I was a very active chess player, and I see my role more as a kind of a mentor and somebody who could, you know, guide his development more than somebody who will, you know, provide concrete opening advice, even though I do that on occasion, of course.
Different generations, obviously, but do you see yourself as maybe also a computer guide, or is he he's got all the sophistication?
I think of the two of us,
he's using the computer tools.
I feel like I'm competent, but he is good.
He's good.
I think this generation generally is just going to be better than us at understanding how to use engines, like how to pair engines with each other to provide to have a more like complete overview of what might be good in any given position. So no, I don't think I will be teaching him about hardware or software. That's very unlikely.
The practical side, I always saw those types of relationships where, you know, you have this knowledge, right? You have this vessel of knowledge, and there's this other vessel, might be a little bit empty, and you're pouring back and forth, and hopefully improving. Maybe even you feel that you
no, it certainly has been very good for my chess, such as it is, because it's given me a new appetite for working on the game, and now when I play, I feel sort of kind of more invested and more interested in it. And no, it's been very good. I hope it's been useful to him. It definitely has been very good for me.
I like it. So the sponsor in India, you know, like, how do you see the relationship? And Pragg said, oh, it's very nice. He's improved 50 rating points.
I have actually
working.
I think actually that might be true. That might be true for all I know. Yeah.
Nice. Oh, keep us posted. Let's get to the game. 93 on the board. We were saying.
I think we should go to Nepo's game, because Nepo did not play what we expected, rook d8. He played b5.
Okay.
And now I think after e4, Gukesh is in the driver's seat again.
Okay, he's trying. Wow.
That's a very unusual
move.
Choice here. Yeah.
Normally speaking, we really like having the pawns on b7 and c6, because this bishop, as we like to say, you know, bites on granite, you know. But b5 voluntarily.
So first, let's show the audience why Nepo is just giving away the c6 pawn.
Why is he giving away this?
I thought you had the answer.
I thought you had it all set up. I'm assuming it's associated with rook c8.
We move the bishop b4.
And b4. And
but can we play queen g2 here?
It's a very good move to get off of the file.
I guess black can still play b4.
Yes.
Knight d5.
Let's.
But black has very good compensation, because we've actually, even let's say if we imagine all four light pieces coming off the board, if you go f4, f2 here, you're better with white.
Right?
But we're not going to let you.
Exactly.
We're not going to let you forget you've played f4 earlier. I have a feeling this is just fine.
But a5 is also hanging. You have to deal with that first. And maybe I will get e4 in time. Maybe.
This is not exactly the refutation of bishop takes c6, is it? I mean,
doesn't.
But I feel like maybe we can aim for more.
After queen, I could go queen c5.
You absolutely could.
Maybe that's a little bit more annoying, right?
Bishop f3 and then rook e8.
Yes,
rook e8
a little bit more annoying.
Okay, and then b4. Okay.
And then eventually b4.
But the problem I'm having with the move b5 is not necessarily just grabbing the pawn. I think that we've been looking at these moves with e3, e4.
This is by far the bigger issue, I think.
Exactly. And I don't know. I'm going to play a bad move. Apologies. But could I be even pressing this bishop into some, prison of its own making, right? I mean, this is not why you played b5. Why did he play b5, Peter?
I think this is once again one of those cases where we're watching two extremely ambitious players play a game of chess, and Jan wants to keep the game afloat. He doesn't really. Honestly, I don't think he is better. No, that's not what I want to say. I don't think he thinks he is better. But I do think he doesn't like the idea of, quote unquote, begging for a draw by trying to swap everything down the g file. And honestly, the variations we were showing after rook d8, rook takes d1, rook d8, rook takes d1, they were not an immediate draw, right?
Not at all.
We were probably making it, but we were having to work.
Right.
And I think when you get to that point, as somebody like Jan, who is, as I said, he very much likes playing chess with 3 results. If rook d8 gave him a surefire, ironclad way to make a draw, he would have done it.
Right.
But it didn't seem that way.
No.
And also it completely removed any winning chances.
Okay.
So he ends up doing something which preserves more life in the position, but objectively should be weaker, because after e3, e4, like you play b5, you're not playing b4, because knight a4, c5 will be incredibly strong, and you cannot really take on a2. So what the engine appears to be doing here, and this at least justifies previous plays somehow, is it often goes a5, a4. Maybe not, maybe even immediately here. And then with the pawn on a4, maybe in some positions, you will find a way to play b4. e5, I guess we want to go knight d5. Once again, this knight pretty much never goes back. I think we are always offering this pawn sacrifice, even if there is no immediate counterplay, because knight d7 just looks worse.
But
Right.
aren't we
But we're going to take
here?
with
We
the
have to take
bishop
with the
because
bishop,
b3
right.
is. If you don't mind me saying that, I think Nepo wants to go check.
King h2.
And you know what he's going to do. He's going to take advantage of this, and he's hoping for b5, b4.
Okay.
This should be bad, right?
This might be the plan, yeah. It looks...
I'm the one grabbing upon it.
It looks
now
incredibly risky, though, right? It looks like if it backfires really, really badly.
True.
But I'm currently not seeing... Let me ask the
all-seeing, all-knowing.
machine. So e4, queen c5, check. King h2, bishop takes a2. Very important to play rook d2. But it sort of holds up. Bishop e6. And the engine suggests we do have this very cute little tactic. We go knight d5, attack the queen. Then we have an intermezzo on e7, and we are a little bit better. But this doesn't look like we should be in too much trouble with black.
Crying.
No, you're not. So is it maybe this? But then once again, we do get to the a2 pawn. Otherwise, we would be, I think, in...
I'm trying to justify b5. That's all I'm really attempting here.
I'm still taking white, but this is better than I expected.
Yeah.
But I am taking white, though, here, because the pawn on 6 definitely will not survive, and there's a lot of pressure. The knight on e4 stops the advancement of the black passers quite A4. Convincingly.
Yeah.
It's pleasant for white, but it feels like you should draw this with black. Yeah, I think you got it right, because I think if you play something like a5, a4 here, and let's say white invests a tempo into king h2 and is now prepared to play in some order e5, b3, and so on, this could very easily be just bad for black.
I have a different idea. Instead of rook d2 in that position after queen c5 and bishop a2, rook c1. You have to move the bishop. f5.
Just in time, seemingly.
b4.
Seemingly just in time, and we end up in this position where black still has to be very careful because e5, e6, and so on runs, but the engine, and this is very illustrative the way engines play these endgames these days, it just instinctively realizes that not allowing this to happen is just so much more important than a single pawn.
Right.
Just plants the rook on e5 and says, I will draw this.
Wow.
Which it probably will.
And if I started with e5?
If you start with e5, we go...
Do I lose the pawn?
Yeah, it goes rook e8. It's very, very concrete. Because if you like...
Terrible, isn't it?
If you allow this, you are probably, I mean, maybe not lost, but you are definitely in a lot of trouble.
Yeah.
Yeah, interesting. I still don't think this should have been played, but I think the three of us eventually got to why he chose it and what he intends to do against the most obvious reply, which remains to be 3-4. King h2 is playable, but I think you want to start pushing immediately.
My approach to the position, I'm not playing bishop takes c6 because I think I'm making black's life easy. I'm a little bit skeptical about e4, queen c5 check, and bishop takes a2. I've taken a different approach. How do you like these apples? I'll go b3. Just asking your bishop go back.
d5.
Bishop to d5. You don't even go to e6.
No, we don't go to e6. We go to d5.
Because then I was going to play knight e2 and knight d4, and I was thinking I was getting...
It goes bishop d5, obviously basing it on the idea that if you play e4, I have queen c5 check and b5
and then b4.
The same variation, this check followed by b4.
The bishop does not retreat at all. Yeah, we use the pin on the c file.
And once he pawn, bishop takes d5, c takes d5, knight takes d5, and if we could play the move f2, f4, and the resulting ending, we'd have an
on the
advantage.
topic that we were discussing earlier, it doesn't even try to defend the b pawn here. It goes a5, a4, and says, I can even be 2 down because the king is so unsafe.
Amazing. Just, wow. Gukesh being challenged with this move.
It's absolutely
b5,
critical moment.
And Nazi, clock times?
1 hour for Gukesh, 1 hour and 10 for Nepo.
But Nepo, he went down on the clock. There was a significant difference, and this move b5 has stopped.
Spent a lot of time also before playing h3.
Yeah.
And the next big thing is right now.
Exactly. Now, I've seen...
I think king h2 is interesting to not show yet your hands, whether you're planning to go e4 or b3 or what else. Just prophylaxis move and wait for black to push a4 or b4. Or...
Keeping your options open. I think the modern players really like those types of moves. King h2,
Nepo can play rook d8 and go into the lines we were looking at earlier.
Yeah, with the inclusion of b5. Peter, over to you. Where's the action?
Well, I don't know if we call this action, but this game is progressing apace with the unnamed player playing the white pieces. Knight e3, knight e5. Instead of knight e5, there was an option to put the rook on d2 immediately. Let's say rook c1, and we could maybe even start chasing this one around and asking it, do you want to put it on c4 where it really doesn't do very much? And now I want to play e5, rook e8, and really kind of drive the point home that it has no moves on c4. Or maybe you want to just, cut your, I mean, they're not losses, but end the game. Instead, Pragg played knight d5 immediately, and VL played rook c1. Honestly, most options here look healthy. If you want to play knight f4, you definitely can play knight f4. There's nothing wrong with that. You can also just do this.
That was my question. Just
take, put the rook on d5, put the king on f7, and start digging at the queen side.
Exactly.
This should not be any kind of a problem for black, frankly. White needs so many things to go exactly right to even have a semblance of an advantage. Like the king needs to already be on e2. This rook already needs to be on e4. We have to, I don't know, get our pawns to g4 and h5 somehow. But even after that, I don't really know what we want. So this is pretty healthy. But as I said, knight f4, I don't know, rook c2, rook g3, put the king on f7, and once again, why are we worse with the more active pieces? And then we can return to playing knight d5. For instance, like king f1, king f7. Now, if I play knight g5, maybe in some positions I will even be improving my pawn structure.
Gotcha.
Just very important not to blunder that rook, though. That would be...
That's nice.
That would be unfortunate. Just wanted to show this position. It's not going to happen, but it's a fun thought experiment too.
Where's my lollipop?
To perform, yeah.
I feel terrible. I think it's time for a break, Nazi. What do you think? What's going to happen? What are the viewers going to enjoy on their break? Are they going to enjoy it?
Yes, Anastasiya sat down with the players to ask how they improved their chess skills. So take a listen and we'll be right back.
How do you continue to improve and grow as a chess player, even at such a high level?
Yeah, it's a challenge, especially because I think at the early ages, then it's very easy to absorb information and to improve. And when I say early ages, of course, I mean like the early teenage years, but also early 20s. I think players are still improving a lot and getting a lot of information. That's why you see this like rapid growth from like early teenage years to maybe mid 20s. That's probably where most of the growth is. And now I'm 32, and it's a little bit more difficult. On the other hand, I do have a lot of kind of knowledge to fall back on, so I have some advantage over the younger guys. But to actually improve, I'm always trying to learn new things. But it's a little bit more difficult to keep the information in my mind and to let's say, absorb it. But still, there's a lot to learn, and I think I'm doing a decent job. I managed to keep my level for a long time, and I think also I'm adapting decently to the new circumstances that are always happening in chess, new opening trends and new ways of analyzing chess, especially because we always have different tools. So I think I'm doing a decent job, but it's a challenge.
I mean, I have to try every day to stay motivated and also to try to work on the openings with computers and to try to train with coaches. That's the most important things to, at least for me, to be in the high level, I think.
Just constantly working, preparing, doing my physical workout, just improving my mental psychology and trying to analyze my games after every tournament, where I just looking at these tournaments and trying to improve something every tournament, and I think that helps a lot.
Well, you need to have motivation. I read many interviews and they said that, you don't necessarily get weaker as you age, but it's about having other priorities in life. Like Sergei Karyakin told me he used to work 10 hours a day when he was a teenager. But now as he gets older, he probably spends 1 minute per day in chess nowadays. So you need to have a lot of motivation and desire to improve.
Well, a couple of last years suggested I'm not quite improving, maybe, quite the opposite. Yeah, somehow you just do what you normally do the job, and hard work, it sometimes pays off. Sometimes not, but that's the sport, so yeah, that's a bit disappointing part in sports, but such is life.
So there's always new things to learn, and of course we see engines nowadays and ideas from other players. You always find something new, something exciting. Otherwise, if there was nothing left to discover, of course, we would have stopped playing chess a long time ago, I think. Then, of course, I know that it's gonna be hard to play as well as consistently, especially as I used to, but I'm trying to regain my form, and I kind of manage that lately, so hopefully I can keep that track ongoing and for a few months and a few years, and then we'll see how it goes. But I know I can still play one of the top 5 players in the world, and even better on a great day. But on a bad day, of course, it's like maybe a few years back when I was having a bad day, I was playing maybe top 10, top 15. Now I would say I play maybe top 50, top 100 on a bad day. So this is a big difference. And this is what, of course, you want to work on as a chess player, to mitigate your bad days.
Just working hard and trying to see what's going wrong with my game, and trying to improve on that. You just have to keep working hard. If you stop working hard, then things can go badly in tournaments, and I think chess is one of the sports where you just need to work harder and harder every day.
I think there is a lot to learn every day. If you're working on chess, for sure you'll learn something new every day. You can try out different things, like different openings. You can always improve your every part of your game, like middle game, end game, tactics, everything. So I think there is no limitations for chess improvement.
Of course, very hard to still improve when you are at over 2,700 points, but I keep learning and keep working. I try to improve at every stage of the game.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids and schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Firouzja and Dariush Firks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 2, but first let's take a look at our current standings.
No results so far.
No
Oh, pardon me.
That was the Ding Liren game. It happened
That
so
ended
long ago.
very quickly.
Yes.
This is within the first hour. We have one draw between Anish, Giri and Ding Liren, and Alireza is currently leading the tournament. He's still playing his game.
Exactly. Not many moves in that game. In fact, I think we've just had one single pair of moves. But Peter, where's the action?
Let's start with that, actually.
All right.
That's a very lively position, and they also keep on picking not the most obvious choices. After knight takes d5, bishop d7, we spoke extensively about the difference between bishop d7, queen d7, knight takes d5, all of those moves seemingly playable. Bishop d7 was met bishop e3, which is an understandable choice. That bishop on a7 is very, very strong. And after quite some thought, Alireza came up with this idea of playing a4, a3, which is interesting because I guess the way to describe it would be if you take on e3, perhaps we take on f6. Knight takes e3 is also possible, but I want to just discuss it schematically. We castle, they play a2, a3.
Okay.
And now we're left with these two bishops and the black pawns fixed on the light squares. And you can maybe dream of some scenario where something happens on the queen side and they become weaknesses. And then Alireza thought to himself, what can I do about it? And came up with this idea of playing a3, which now provokes white to do something about the structure. You can play b2, b4, but then, first of all, this is no longer a weakness in terms of those endgames. If, let's say, only these two bishops are left on the board, it's the pawn on a2, which arguably is the weaker of the two. This is now potentially a target for counterplay, the pawn on c3, which wasn't the target for counterplay earlier. And those are good things, generally speaking. But as a counter-argument, you can play something like, for instance, bishop b3, a takes b2, rook b1. And now white has a split structure on the queen side. Of course, both of those pawns can be a bit weak and could be played against later in the game. But what we were talking about earlier, black denying white a very nice square for this bishop on b3, is no longer true. This bishop is now on a very good diagonal. It can support the control over the all-important d5 square. The engine still thinks this is perfectly playable.
Sorry to interrupt you, Peter, but we have a result. MVL and Prague have drawn their game.
That
As
ending
expected.
wasn't going anywhere. To conclude, rook takes b2, Peter?
Yeah, rook takes b2, and the engine just takes on e3 and says, let's say if you take knight takes e3, I can play bishop c6, f3, and I don't know, queen b6, queen c5. And this is, it's not really a Sveshnikov, but it's a kind of a Najdorf type position, which you often see. And interestingly, sometimes you see exactly this structure with a2 and c3 against b5 in some Zaitsevs in the Spanish.
Yep.
It's considered to be okay, as long as you don't suddenly miss some knight f5 and the queen teleporting to g3 and then you get mated, but it seems unlikely in this position.
Gotcha.
And I don't think a3 was expected, so clearly Nodirbek will now, okay, he's made a move, so let's wait.
Played bishop b3.
Oh, he played bishop b3. As sort of expected.
But in some ways, it's what black's play is justified. You get to go a3 takes b2. It looks like, a DGT operator error. That should be a white pawn on b2.
I have the absolute funniest story on that topic.
Please.
Since we have a bit of a lull in action, we just described the structure. There was, and that actually happened next to me, so this is not like a second-hand story. There was a game in the European Club Cup in which black played what I think is colloquially referred to as a triangle.
Yep.
Which is an interesting way to try to play the Slav, because apart from the classical Slavs, occasionally you will be playing a full stone wall. Let's say after e3, f5 is very much a move you can make in this position. But obviously you're allowing e4. And black took, white took, and this is what is called the Slav gambit, which is an extremely sharp variation of the Slav defense, where black is a pawn up by move 7, but this is obviously a very, very strong bishop controlling all kinds of dark squares. I think the game continued. I think it was bishop e2, or maybe knight e2, I think. Knight e2, black played knight a6. And here white has a move that, it's not a novelty, it's been known for quite a while. You can play bishop f8 here, attacking the pawn on g7, and also obviously you cannot take, because that would be a bit of a problem.
Right.
And at that point, a coach for one of the teams, a very, very well-respected grandmaster, who I will not name because it's a very, very respected grandmaster, he was passing by and he kind of angrily, he actually said something to the player, like, don't you know how to set up the pieces? This is the wrong color bishop.
Nice.
And then he caught himself, and there was some giggling involved. Yeah, but yeah, this actually happened next to me. So yeah, this is
Bishop F8.
I would have the same reaction.
Wrong color bishop. But back to the game of Alireza for just a moment. And before I do that, let me interrupt ourselves because our viewers want to join the conversation.
We have
some questions.
I think from social media. Let's
All right, you know we'd like to be stumped. This one's from Sean.
Since Gukesh and Ding played each other in the Sinquefield Cup, do you think that's a preview of what's to happen in the upcoming World Championship?
Absolutely, Sean. You guessed it. Of course, they're kind of being a little dodgy. They don't want to play their most prep, but they want to beat each other. There's no question about that, and they don't want to take any risks or excessive risks doing it. But yeah, they wanted to take a measure of each other, and I think it was a decent game. But for me, I was a little disappointed that Ding ended up going for that perpetual sacrificing a bishop in the way he did.
It was round one.
Yes.
His players are warming up.
Of course.
And also,
of course.
If Sean was here, I would actually ask him to clarify a little bit.
Yeah.
Did he mean that they will simply just play against each other in the World Championship, in which case the answer is clearly yes? Or did he mean this kind of pulling the punches a little bit and decisions which did look risk-averse, at least from the Ding side? Because I think Gukesh definitely did go for some risks in that game.
Yeah.
This, I would hope the answer is no, frankly. I would very much like to see Ding go for chances, because yesterday we really did feel that either through maybe underestimating his position or through just unwillingness to take too many risks against this particular player in round one, not being warmed up, probably quite jet-lagged and so on. But in the match, you would hope if he gets a promising position like this, he actually goes for it, right? And doesn't play bishop d3, bishop takes g6.
Exactly, yeah.
But we have an interview. Christian is with MVL.
Maxime, back-to-back draws for you, but this time around you had the white pieces. It definitely didn't feel like you got much out of the opening. What is the story behind this one?
Basically, I mean, it's Italian, you know, you can play it 1,000 times, but there's always some subtlety, and here it came down to Queen e7. I think I have some notes there, but I couldn't remember. So I thought about always bishop b3, bishop e6, bishop c2. That's always sort of an option there, but I thought that any time d5 comes, okay, here it doesn't seem to work, but at the same time, you can wait for my knight to come to f1 because I don't have time for d4, and yeah. And
speak a bit about these subtleties, because we've seen that basically happen in the game between Anish and Ding as well. Anish didn't get much out of the opening.
Yeah, it was actually what Anish did was sort of my second option. So, like I played with a4, but he played with rook e1. I mean, different move order, but so I had looked at this as well. But yeah, I know it's not much for white, and Ding basically just forced a draw once he got in this h5, h4.
Yes. So
here after Queen e7, I was considering, and I thought, okay, the logical way to play against the Queen on e7 is, of course, to bring my knight. And
f5,
yeah. And then if we go a few moves forward, so like this sort of position, I mean, I knew that there was not much, but basically, so if black goes rook e8, which is like the old main line, and here white goes queen c2, and you can go like queen d7, I think we go knight f1, and it's extremely similar stuff, because after d5 you go bishop e3, something like this. And like if you compare, like if let's say black takes, and then if you compare to this position, I mean, it's extremely similar. And I know white has some practical chances. So like because also Prague didn't take with the rook, which is also an option, but it does allow some knight d5, for instance.
And now, obviously, you cannot take. Maybe you can at some point if you do something like
knight
d7,
d7,
c4, d4.
Yeah, here I was considering actually the move c4, but I thought, no, a5 comes, and this is why I wanted to include b4.
It's very difficult to make d4 happen. In a
Yeah,
good
but
fashion.
no, also, even if you do, the problem is like, let's say, something like this. I'm not sure black has to play like this, but b6, knight c5, it's very minimal edge for white, and can also turn out kind of early.
Backfire with this pawn on semi-open file, right?
So I thought I'll go b4. I thought d5 was not really a move. And after queen b3, Prague thought for a long time, so I don't know if he underestimated the move. But at the same time, like, it cannot be such a big deal. Yeah, maybe I thought queen b3 was nice. Maybe I should just take twice on d5 and play this position, because this might be a bit more imbalanced than just rook e3. Maybe I threaten queen e2 and some d4 sometimes. I mean, I understand it cannot be much, but maybe this was the way, like playing against the knight on c6 also, which is a bit funny looking.
Now a5 doesn't work because of b5 all the time.
So maybe this would have been the way to proceed. It just, I thought queen b3 is a nice move. Like, okay, so with some b5 idea, I don't know why after rook a8 we cannot go b5, but anyway, it took. So yeah, I was actually expecting rook e6, not fe, but yeah, it seems like it's good enough. My intention was b5, but okay, so Prague mentioned rightly that knight a5 was a move. My issue with this turned out to be this. I think it's important that you force one exchange of knights, and then after rook e5 you go b6, and my pawn on a4 is like at risk. So.
You cannot get off this.
And the knight on c5 is just very good, so this is why I cannot go b5.
This looks dangerous.
So I just played knight c1, but yeah, I mean, it's minimal, but I mean, of course you expect black to hold comfortably, so I thought maybe I'll try, and then I was like, yeah, try what?
Despite the very straightforward nature of the game, it definitely felt like there were some interesting points in this one. What is it about the Italian that attracts top-level players like yourself? Because we see a resurgence of the Italian. 70% of the games with the white pieces are
well,
Italians.
basically it comes down to, I mean, I'm more of a Rui Lopez proponent, but... sometimes you want a slower game, maybe try to provoke more mistakes. And this is what I was trying to achieve. Of course, it didn't happen. And sometimes with some move orders, you can like trick your opponent, stuff like this. Whereas in Rui Lopez, black exactly knows which line he's going for. And for instance, when I played e4, e5 yesterday against Jan, it didn't try to play the Rui Lopez because it guessed that I would have something in mind, something very, very concrete, whatever that was. Whereas in the Italian, it's maybe a bit less challenging, but there's more room for black to be tricked, I guess. So that's what we're sometimes trying to do.
Ways to keep the game going. For sure, tomorrow you're facing your countryman, Alireza. He's definitely having a very good moment in this tournament, in the previous one as well.
It feels like he's a bit worse today, but...
How do you see that game play out tomorrow? Without giving us too many insights.
Well, I mean, my issue at the moment is my draw streak. So, hopefully at some point it breaks, but I think I'm at 21 games or something.
Yes,
yeah,
quite a few.
It's a bit insane. But both in Bucharest and here I've been playing better chess. I've had some chances. I've not capitalized exactly on them. So hopefully I get some of those chances starting tomorrow, and this time bounces.
Looking forward to a great game tomorrow, Maxime. Thank you for joining us, and we'll see you tomorrow. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Christian. Thank you, MBL. 21 game drawing streak. My goodness.
Yep.
We have 2 results so far, Nasi.
Right, we had 2 draws between Anish, Giri and Ding Liren, and MVL in Prague.
It looks like there's a big weight tie for first. That's true, because Alireza still at work. Peter, how
about the
let's
Nepo game.
start with the game between Gukesh and Nepo, where in the break Dariusz Svirts came to the studio and said that on a better machine than this one, b5 is actually entirely healthy.
Okay.
It's not much worse, if at all worse, than, let's say, rook a8. And the best line that Gukesh had after b5 was the one that we showed, starting from here and takes. Hang on, why isn't it allowing me to make moves? I guess I'm in the wrong tab. The line we showed is actually exactly right, but it holds for black. But after e4, queen c5 check was not played, and this is a massive, massive difference, because queen c5 was very, very concrete with the intention of sniping on a2. Instead, Jan combined b5 with rook a8. And now, after both king h2, and specifically looks like after the move that Gukesh landed on after thinking for some time.
I love this move, by the way, b3.
We could be in trouble, because after bishop e6, although frankly the decisions that lead to black being in trouble are not entirely obvious, because, for instance, the engine currently on my screen suggests doing something which I think chess players find very, very counterintuitive, and that is abandoning the open file.
Wow.
The point being that we want to take all the fang, the poison, or the venom, I always mix up those two, of the idea of queen c5 check and b4. Now the queen is protected, we just go knight a4, we're massively better.
Right.
And now with the rook on c1, we could want to play maybe f5, e5, maybe e5, knight e4, knight d6. We always can, like, after g7, g6, which is aimed at stopping all of those ideas, we can always invest a tempo in king g2.
Doesn't rook c1 feel like an overprotection?
No, it's not an outpost.
and this starts looking kind of dodgy for black, frankly. It's not very enjoyable. The other way to play after bishop e6 would be to play king h2, but looks like, if I understand correctly, he's already played queen f2.
Right.
Which
Bishop
is not
e6, queen f2.
Yeah, which is not the prescribed way, because now after rook takes d1, if you take with the rook, we can continue swapping down. And if you have to take with the knight, it gives black some time to do useful things. Rook d8 is playable, rook e8 is playable. Very often the engine wants to play a5, a4 to create at least some counterplay on the queen side. Maybe if ba happens, it gives us a square for the bishop to avoid being chased away with f5. So b3 was correct. But queen f2...
And queen b4 on the board.
And queen b4 replied very quickly by Jan. They've been playing very, very slowly up to a point, but now I think they sped up, yeah. Queen b4 is not bad. I think rook takes d1 was fine, but once again we see, I honestly think this plays into his decision-making here. We see Jan avoid trading everything down the d file. I think he wants this to be a game.
Yeah, to keep the pieces.
And it could still perhaps hurt him a little bit, because I don't think black should be aiming to make this into a game. I think it is much likelier to be in white's favor than in black's. But after queen f2, I think his position is very playable. After queen e3, which looks like a normal way to support the knight on c3, you can play a5, a4, but you can also invest in a tempo on the king side, something like h5 or h6. You still pick white.
I'm surprised you're not more afraid of f5, e5.
I am, but let's try and make a move.
f5.
Why aren't we playing f5 here?
Right.
It takes on d1.
I'll take on
You now
d1.
have to take with the rook. We go bishop d7.
Let's go, e5.
Yeah, I mean, I'm very scared.
g4?
But we should just stop here and point out to our viewers that the way the engine holds this position is just by placing basically the entire
pieces on three.
the entire thing is now, hanging in the air.
Right.
The bishop on d7 is only supported by the knight on f6, which is by itself unpraised. And tactically, this appears to be working out. You can play g3, g4. It even continues just doing nothing in the center and says, this kind of a setup,
remarkable.
You cannot actually further attack my pieces.
Wow.
This is the most attacked my pieces are. You would like to unpin the queen somehow, but all of these moves allow trades, and then the e5 pawn falls. If you play queen g3, I have queen c5 takes e5.
Right.
If you play something like king h2, we have now given ourselves the a5 square to put additional pressure on the e5 pawn. But this is an unbelievably computerish way to hold this.
Right.
I don't know if it's intuitive at all.
Queen e3 as you predicted.
Yeah, I mean, what else? Yeah, after queen b4, it really did look like queen e3 is the only logical move.
Right. Wow, remarkable stuff.
It's not natural for players to leave pieces hanging like that.
Right, and I'm still tasered. I mean, never.
But he may have to do that, right? Yeah.
We have more questions from social media. Let's see if they can stump the masters. This is from Austin.
For the players that participated in the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz, do they struggle to find their pacing in the classical time control?
Over to you, Peter, on this one. You've played in Rapid and Blitz as well.
I think maybe for parts of the first round, I think most play. I will rephrase. The difficult part for professionals such as these, who have played both of these time controls a great deal in their life, is playing them on the same day. If you have to mix them on the same day, that generally gets to be quite tricky. But if you have time to sort of reformat your thoughts and like, get adjusted in your mind as to what you're going to be doing. So maybe the first round after playing 5 days of shorter time controls is a bit challenging, but not a great deal. I think when there's a split between the events, it's much less of a problem for, once again, these are people who have been doing this for years. They know what's involved.
So even though they only had 2 days in between, that's enough?
I think even maybe one night's sleep to just kind of get your brain readjusted is enough.
A restart. I'm thinking about you, Nasi. I'm thinking about the American Cup. I'm thinking you go through these classical. Then if you get knocked into the alternate
same day we have to play Rapid and Blitz.
Right.
But that was really hard.
Right.
Especially
you to adjust
switching
your
from
thoughts.
classical to Rapid was really hard.
Right. Yeah. How did you pace yourself? How did you
Well,
adjust according to Austin?
Spending time and then look at the clock. Oh, I'm out of time.
I better speed it up. And that's
I was just learning how to adjust as I was playing the tournament.
Exactly.
Because I don't have a lot of experience. American Cup is the only tournament where we get all 3 time controls in one day.
Exactly. Now, I don't know how it was for the players, but as a commentator, I love the American Cup format. I love. It's a little bit brutal. I admit, you get knocked out,
match,
right? And you have to come from behind and all that good stuff. But for us commentating,
I can see it's very enjoyable for the audience to watch.
Yeah.
Different time controls in one day.
A little bit tougher for you, though.
For all the players, I think.
All the players. Yeah. Okay. Here we are in the round 2. We've got 3 games remaining. We've had 2 draws. We've seen Gukesh just make this move, Queen e3. Want to get caught up on the clock times with the players. How is that happening?
Gukesh has 41 minutes and Nepo 57.
Whoa, so big swing in the clock times, but maybe the position on the board favoring white as, again, this moves. I would be frightened, frankly, of this whole f5, e5. But more purposefully, I just wanted to go back because there's a very good book that I very much enjoyed. It was by Vukovic. It was a classic called The Art of Attack. And in that book, one of the things that he really emphasized, which really hit home for me, is when you're attacking, try to keep as many pieces on the board. And even though Peter described this as a counter-intuitive move, why do you give up the D file? You're doing it to keep attacking pieces on the board. And what you want to do is you want to go f5, e5. You imagine you get in f5, e5, but all 4 rooks are off the board.
Then
you don't feel
not
like
serious.
Exactly.
Right.
But with all the rooks on the board, and if we ever get a situation where b5, knight a4. We're just so happy. I think this would have been a real challenge for Nepo in this case. What happened in the game was he moved his queen around and he ended up on e3, and it could easily have been that having the rook on c1 was actually more powerful.
But now Nepo cannot force to trade all 4 rooks, right?
No, because he's played the move queen before.
So that's why we start to like white's position again.
Exactly. Well, one of the crazy lines was the one that Peter pointed out on how the computer holds this. And I was saying to him, yes, but aren't you,
I'm terrified. I'm still terrified.
This looks lost.
That I've got the pawns, this majority is not working.
And I like the next move here, just a4.
for white, for black. Yeah, that was ridiculous.
Just ignore everything that's hanging.
And why did we play A4? And I love Peter's explanation. We gave ourselves the A5 square for the queen. I was like, Peter, whatever it is he's been eating, I want in.
Yeah, and Jan's decision is, once again, on the topic of playing human moves. He took on D1 and played rook E8. The engine disagrees severely. But he did stop f5, so he was playing precisely against the plan that we were agreeing it looks extremely scary. But now, one other thing that came up, I think, consistently in our conversations, this type of a position is likely to land on the board. And on the one hand, the fact that we already played f2, f4 makes the king on g1 even less safe than usual. But on the other hand, we have very, very decent central control. And you would like this rook to be on the c file, but that allows e5, e6. And the moment e5, e6 happens, whose king is going to be less safe becomes a very open question. I suspect, once again, with absolutely perfect play, this probably holds for black. But it's going to be a tough challenge to play this perfectly. And if you go wrong somewhere and white, I don't know, gets queen d3, rook d7 and starts pushing, or you actually blunder into e6 somewhere, you could just lose.
In this position, if white's pawn went back to g2, then white's much better, right? It's just
probably winning. Yeah, if you go g3, g2, king h2, the king is completely safe, and then you can switch to converting this in whichever way you prefer. Taking the queens off might be good. Going after the queenside pawns might be good. Going for f5, e6 and mate might be good. Yeah, this would be a massive, massive improvement.
Which makes me think, h3, tuck the king into
h4, king h3.
Tuck the king to h3, and then go
still
f5.
Have first rank.
Yeah, you still have some back rank issues. Yeah, if the queen somehow finds its way to the back rank, you'll have to deal with ideas of...
How does the engine eval rook e8?
Well, it says white is better. It takes this pawn, or it includes king h2 and then takes the same pawn. Because after king h2, currently the best line is still h7, h5, basically ignoring and allowing e5.
Gotcha.
You can't really effectively stop it with black anymore.
Thank you, Peter. We're going to jump to the game between Wesley and Fabi. It's not setting the chess world aflame.
No.
But it's just one of those positions where Wesley... he enjoys these, where he's got a bit of a grip. He's the one dictating, even though it's,
objectively equal, but...
Objectively equal,
but it does feel that Fabi is playing actually very energetically. I think it's an exemplary game from Fabi, because if we start from the position... I think rook f1 actually is a bit inaccurate. I think rook e2 was stronger, because it's important to have it on the e file in many a position. So bishop c5, takes. The rook came back, so obviously black just gained a full tempo, basically, compared to the immediate bishop c5. And here Fabi, it's not the only way, but Fabi correctly understands that the more he removes on the queen side, the closer he is to full equality. So he just goes with b7, b5 straight away, just trying to get pieces off the board. Importantly, rook c1 looks scary, but allows bishop takes d5. An intermezzo attacking the queen on b3, and in fact black will be able to take on c1 next move. This could get double-edged, so this was never going to happen. And if, let's say, a takes b5, bishop takes b5, once again, very importantly, we control the c1 square, so white cannot fight for the file, and black probably wants to, now that one pair of pawns got off the board, we want to continue trading with bishop c4. Wesley instead took on c6, Fabi took with the rook, and now after rook d5, there's a very cute line. The only way to make an immediate draw is queen c2, takes, a takes b5. Seems like we have to work a little bit, but no. Knight f4 and rook e5, knight d3 is a very, very powerful fork in the end. So you have to give up on b5 without winning this pawn, something like rook d7, ab. Now this pawn is hanging, you don't have time to pick up on e5, and this ends up being completely equal. I feel like this might be fizzling as well. Rook d5 is on the board. If you don't play queen c2, you have to draw, like this is probably also a draw. And now rook b8. You suspect that these types of rook endings aren't really very difficult to hold, frankly. Maybe Fabi even chooses this, because I think there's maybe less to calculate. Rook e2, rook c b6. Rook c5, rook b4. This has to be a draw.
And for those who, by the way, Queen
He already
C2,
played.
he
Already played Queen
C2.
C2. Yeah.
Those of you joining us late, yesterday that heartbreaking game lasted for the wee hours, but it was Alireza who came up on top. And Alireza was winning with 30 minutes or so to go in the game, and then allowed an amazing save that was missed.
Right.
We
And
were so shocked.
it was an intense game. Both players were playing with 1 minute for
30
long
seconds,
time.
yeah, they were playing on the
I think
increment.
Alireza was playing on the increment for an hour and a half.
It's felt even longer. Yeah, and they're going right into that ending that you mentioned, and it's that key move right now. That's a very nice move, knight f4. And as you had mentioned, Peter, rook, the desirable rook takes e3. That really is quite the fork. I mean, ouch. Losing the exchange, black would be to the good. So knight f4, I think, is the cleanest way of making a draw here. We're going to go, where are we going to go?
Gukesh's game, and I really like to draw your attention to this. There's no e5, just g4. Very
also
aggressive.
very decent, yeah.
h3, g.
The threat is stronger than its execution, being paraded on the board right now.
By the way, I really, in those variations earlier where I wanted to play the move f5 and boot the bishop out of the game, and the engine was not allowing me to imprison the bishop on the d7 square. I like the move g4.
Well, the question is, you probably now have to switch because h6 has already been played in response.
Yes.
And if you play e5 now, it's still very much playable.
Right.
But the same position that we were discussing,
with the inclusion.
The inclusion of g4 and h6 definitely favors black because black would always be playing h6 anyway.
Right.
And you have further weakened the position of your king. White still has some winning chances, but you get the feeling that this probably is closer to a draw than it is to a win for white.
When I see the move g4, Peter, I see white as being determined not to win the pawn.
I think so, yeah. I think
and
he is
wants
intending
to play f5.
f5, or the engine also suggests that we might now switch to a different way of trying to convert this by getting the queens off, because we do have full control over the open file. And in fact, this endgame might be quite unpleasant with threats of e4, e5, or even maybe rook d6 first, and then f5, e5, and so on. Yeah, looks like you just cannot take on d4. You kind of need to play queen e7 and try to preserve the queens on the board. And now we can play something king h2 and play continues. It's still quite pleasant for white, so perhaps this is what he wants to do. It's a very enjoyable situation where the open file, where Jan could have taken everything off that open file but the queens. Now the rooks are on the board, there's full control. We always have queen d6. We can throw in king h2 so that queen d6 cannot be met by a check from a7.
Right.
And then try to swap the queens on the d6 square.
I really
Nice
like this
ending.
queen d4 move.
Yeah, well, as a Catalan players, we like what we're seeing here. White's putting his majority to good use, and I'm seeing the pawn on c6 more as a target than more of a liability, I want to say, than an asset. Also, the queen is looking a little forlorn on b4. Like, not sure, I like it there. I do like also, of course, tucking the king away, whether it be to h2 or h1. Let me make I'm not going to make a bad move. I'm going to play the move h6. And let me just play, I like these positions very much, where the rook leads, if you will. You get the queen behind and you get to play f5, you get to play e5. This would be very nice for Gukesh.
Black needs to be watching out for both f5 and e5 on every move.
Exactly.
Quite unpleasant.
Exactly. And again, apologies, the clock times, if it's 34
minutes for Gukesh, 55 for Nepo.
So again,
20-minute
Gukesh is slipping behind on the clock, even as his position improves.
Right, but if he gets the advantage he wants,
which he's getting, or
he's
gotten.
not going to need that much time after
Exactly.
that. The position is going to be very comfortable to play.
Now, was it Nottingham? What was the Emmanuel Lasker? He did it against Capablanca in the...
That's actually St. Petersburg 1914, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, Roy Lopez, where he played in this structure, F5. Okay, so imagine I'm naive, I know nothing, I go F5.
Bishop C8?
Not like the computer.
No. Here I'm playing. I want to go knight d7, knight d5. I'm desperately hoping you will allow me to get the knight to e5.
Right. Queen.
Here I am definitely like, I'm snapping on d4 and going knight d7.
Knight d7 and knight e5.
Yeah. No, I think this is fine.
Yeah.
King f8, king e7, I might start.
Sorry, I'm going king f2, king e3. I'm not getting my king to c5 in time, am I?
No.
Okay.
So if we could trade the knights really quickly, but we can't.
Okay, so I'm playing f5. You're playing bishop c8.
I want to push e5 so badly.
I think the question is, can you play e5, and what is the reply?
Okay. We have to go knight d7 now, because knight d5 makes no sense.
But you don't have to move the knight either.
Yeah, I mean,
you don't have to move.
The threat is really bishop takes c6. It's not anything else.
Right.
The big threat here is bishop takes c6, and the question is, how do we react to it? I mean,
let's suggest.
Knight d7, I'm very worried about e6.
Okay. And then we.
And now bishop takes c6. Yeah. This might just collapse. This because if I could play e6 takes f5 here, I'd be quite happy. But the rook on the 8 is hanging, and because of that, I have to waste a very important tempo protecting my pieces. I have a feeling this is not good.
Okay, so f5, bishop c8, e5. Let's ask the hard questions. Come
Maybe
on.
bishop should have gone on d7.
That's a hard question.
Bishop c8, e5, it says bishop b7.
Bishop b7, of course.
And it says it's the only move. And then it says it's now sort of playable because we will play queen b4, e7, and then we will play knight f6, d7, putting a lot of pressure on the e5 pawn. So we're not actually losing here, although it's still dodgy. And it does suggest that this remains playable. And now, once again, our old friend, the move a5, a4, in a position where everything hangs.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know.
Sometimes I feel like my chess game has just gone to ruin. That you play bishop to d7 and e5.
No, I think, showing these lines, we've become the impersonation of the shrug emoji. What can you do?
I remember when I used to play Najdorf, and then I would analyze my game.
You played Najdorf?
Well, for a decade.
Oh, my goodness.
And I would analyze my game afterwards with my opponents, IEMs, GMs. We thought we were doing a good job, and then we would check with the engine, and we're just wrong on every move.
Jeez.
You should never analyze your games with the computer if you play the Najdorf. It makes you feel like you're not a good chess player.
It's depressing. Yeah.
It does teach you something, though. I understand the feeling, and I've been in those exact shoes many a time. But if you learn to not take it personally that your phone is smarter than you in all of these positions, it does occasionally show you things which you can internalize.
Of course, yeah.
So like if you get past that feeling of being an absolute idiot on every move in those difficult tactical positions, which you will have, all of us are in the same boat there.
Yeah.
It is a good teachable moment. Yeah.
Dr. John Nunn told me this story. He has a lifetime of fantastic achievements, and he wrote his opus, Nunn's Best Games. So he analyzes all of his best games to a T, and over decades he makes the combination. Sorry, I have to pause my story.
I think your mic.
So in the meantime, I was checking the other games, and this is progressing sort of like we were expecting. After rook takes b2, black played bishop c6. We looked at other moves, but this is also perfectly healthy. The dark square bishops came off, and now, for a second there, I thought, a6 is a very natural square for this piece, but I was worried knight b4 will be something. But it doesn't appear to be much of anything after rook b6 anyway, so the engine does suggest black is completely fine, although you do have to pay attention. For instance, after f3, bishop d7 and c3, c4, what we have on the board is a position which, if you somehow remove these guys off the board,
Gotcha.
You are in a lot of trouble with black here, with the outside passer and the control over d5 square.
Yeah.
But this is still a middle game, so it goes knight h5, it creates counterplay, it says black is completely fine. But yeah, this is still quite an intricate position where many things could go in random directions. And in the Wesley game against Fabi, a b knight f4 is on the board now,
Right.
and Wesley is thinking, but I don't think there's much here to be found. You can play rook d7, a b5, b4, but the b pawn actually just gets dropped.
Right.
And yes, your pieces are slightly more active, but there's no way to immediately threaten the f7 pawn. The way white could be better here is if you could play, I don't know, already support the pawn on d4 and just teleport the rook to the 7th somewhere.
Right.
So that f7 would be under tremendous pressure. But this is not how linear time works, you know. It's a unfortunate feature of the linear time that you can't do so many things at once.
Gotcha. Sorry, I had a mic break. Just to finish the story, the idea was this lifetime of achievement that Dr. John Nunn had gone through, decades of great combinations, and he got to like one of the greatest combinations of his life, that he spent 30 minutes just calculating everything, and he did it perfectly. He got it just right, and he put it in his book, and then he was thinking to himself, well, let me double check it with the engine. And he got to the position, and in a nanosecond, the computer showed the whole combination that he had spent 30 minutes on. It's like, no!
At least it was correct.
At least it's correct.
I mean, I thought the story was going to go much darker.
No, it was all good, but it was instant. The computer saw it instantly, what he really, thought deeply about. By the way, coming back to the Alireza game for just a moment, after the move queen e3, I don't like the move rook a6, because exactly what you were saying, that outside pass pawn, I mean, Alireza's got to have better than that.
Okay,
doesn't he,
choose a
Peter?
square.
A8, or a3.
Okay.
Very aggressive.
Aggressive.
Take.
Yeah, the reason it's on a6 is that you probably want eventually to deal with the threats of rook fd1, maybe even queen b6 eventually. So I think it either goes to a6 here, or maybe it goes all the way back to a8. It never stays on a3.
Gotcha.
Because it's kind of a fake aggressive square.
Right.
It doesn't really threaten anything here.
No.
And it's not participating in the defense of your... I mean, I would hesitate to call it a weakness, but it's a soft spot in your position.
Right. Okay, got
But
it.
rook a7, a8 I can definitely buy into.
Okay.
Knight
played
f6,
rook
queen
a6.
f6.
He played rook a6.
He did play rook
He
a6.
did play. So he's inviting knight b4. Let's try it again. Knight b4, rook b6, because I liked everything you said. I thought white was getting the
Well,
upper
you have to
hand in
invest
that.
into f3.
Yes.
Because the central pawn is hanging.
Okay.
Interestingly, maybe not that interestingly actually, because I have a human explanation for it. I think it just belongs on e6, which is why it invests into a tempo on bishop d7. Having provoked f3, it no longer has any kind of a job on the long diagonal.
Right.
After rook d1 in particular, you're never getting the d6, d5 break-in. So bishop e6 followed by something like queen c7, rook c8 is the setup you're aiming for. So bishop d7, and now white has options, but they don't seem to be particularly exciting. I mean, the one I would like to at least attempt is c4, takes. And yeah, knight h5 is a move that it suggests. I don't quite understand what happens after g3, so I would hesitate to suggest it. And I just wanted to point out that on the conversation about the relationship between humans and engines here, it's still it disappeared. Thankfully, I was having a bit of a meltdown inside, because for a second there, my screen was telling me to play h2, h3. And I was just there was this unending scream going on inside me, like, please don't make me mention this move. It's impossible to make this move. My hand will not let me.
Right.
But now it's suggesting g3 instead of h3, which I can at least understand. And the point of knight h5 seemingly is that we've provoked a weakening. We have given ourselves potentially some counterplay later in the game at some point with bishop h3, and we just put it back. We have weakened the situation of the white king. And the a-pawn isn't really running. We achieved something. And the position is not concrete enough for us to, rue the fact that we just spent 2 tempi doing not very much.
Wow, 2 tempi and no problem. Knight h5, g3. Knight h5, g3, knight f6. this whole line, it just feels better for white. I don't know. I like this outside pawn. I like this backward pawn. But there you go. And Nodirbek has not played the move knight b4 quickly. Rather, he's considering alternatives. Do you see a good alternative, Nasi? Knight b4 just
Knight b4
stands
your
out,
hand wants
right?
to make it, right?
Right?
Yeah, in particular, because I think if all the light pieces disappear off the board, black will be instantly comfortable.
Right.
It's not even about pushing c4. It's about, if we look at the current position, if you play something like rook d1,
right,
and black goes bishop takes d5, bishop takes d5, and I would actually, and this is something I think that is not maybe immediately instinctively obvious, I would keep this knight against this bishop.
Yeah.
I would play queen c7, rook c8, I would try to put something on c5, and very often, if you don't bail out immediately with something like rook b5, which probably leads to everything getting traded off because the a2 pawn will fall, if I make a bunch of moves here, in particular if this is an endgame, I think white is still fine if you keep the queens on, but if you do this,
you begin to get excited.
This is just not great, despite seemingly having this very strong bishop controlling this all-important square on d5. This is a very strong knight. The king on e7 controls everything. And this is like a very clean example of a Sicilian endgame, which, yes, probably still ends up being a draw, but it's only black that's playing for a win here.
It's the endgame knight
totally
of
agree.
players dream of.
Absolutely, yeah. It's just...
Regardless of what the engine says after you get home, you thought you had an advantage the whole time. I'm going to go back to the game of Wesley So for a moment. No.
Gukesh did play queen d4, so we have some developments there to talk about.
Okay,
queen d4 was chosen, and as I said, the engine says in no uncertain terms, do not trade queens.
Go back.
And in fact, go specifically to e7. For a second, I was wondering why not queen a3.
Right.
But after queen a3, now f5 becomes very strong because all the same positions.
f5,
without
e5,
the pin, without the pin on the e file, this
bishop
just
takes
crashes through. Yeah.
And life is good.
Yeah. So the endgames are bad. I don't know how bad. Like I would hesitate to say definitively that some kind of a breakthrough on the queen side here doesn't remove the entire queen side and doesn't hold. You will have to grovel a little bit, but maybe you hold after a4 here. But yeah, they are not great. And you do have to do something about the threats of f5 and e5, which means that this is the only square. Once again, we are allowing e5, and we are, in as much as we are happy about anything in this position, we are very happy to give up this pawn, just to get that heavy piece ending with the very, very unsafe king on g1.
But what if Gukesh tries queen d6 instead of check queen e7?
I think
queen a7.
You start by checking on a7.
Check.
So that's why king h2 is better.
Yeah. I think you begin by playing king h2 here specifically to have the threat of queen d6. And black needs to be quite fast. Now, importantly, this is just a full tempo up because what am I talking about? No, it's the same position, but with the king on h2. I'm losing my mind here a little bit. But the king is further away from the center, and judging by the evaluations, it actually matters for some reason. I wouldn't have thought having the king on h2 here would be much worse than having it on g1, but the evaluation suggests that it does actually matter somewhat seriously. So that's one option, and the other option is, once again, you can't passively wait anymore. You have to at least distract white with something. And a4, I'm guessing with the intention of meeting ba with b4, is a
good guess.
An alternative way for black to try something. f5, yeah, but this is where it gets tricky, because it plays queen c7 check, queen d6, it takes, and it goes a takes b3 for now.
Right.
fe6, it goes b4.
Oh.
Yeah.
And this is probably a draw. Judging by what I see, this is probably a draw. Not an obvious draw, because you still probably have to play this precisely, but both knight takes e4, and weirdly the engine also throws in h6, h5 sometimes, before taking on e4, just to get more pawns off the board on the king's side. This, generally, I feel like it holds, but you're not going to be, like, it's work.
It's not a thrill. Yeah, queen d4 advantage Gukesh. But again, he's been spending a lot of time, and he's soon in that perpetual jeopardy.
Nepo has twice as much time right now, so it's
Right.
25 minutes against 50.
Okay, we think Fabi and Wesley more or less heading towards a draw, so we're going to bring us back to the game of Nodirbek.
He took on f6. No,
He went knight f6 and
Wow.
rook d1. And once again, we come back to the point I was making earlier. The bishop has done its job on the long diagonal. It needs to be on e6. You're not in a hurry, but that's the one improvement your position kind of requires here. You play bishop d7. Not only are you planning to play bishop e6, you're also opening the c file for your other rook to start reminding white that it's not only black who has soft spots.
Right.
You can play c4 here. And the interesting bit is, you pretty much always just take. You pretty much always accept the position which structurally there's an outside passer. But the point I think about the structure is that, let's say you play bishop b3, rook a6. White has an outside passer. It seems like all the endgames will forever be better for white. But what is actually happening here is the moment I play bishop e6, it all sort of disappears because it never. Let's make some moves. If we obviously these are not good moves, bishop c2 in particular. I wasn't planning to make it, but like something like this. Here, and I go rook f8. It's a draw, but morally, white is maybe even slightly worse because there will be a rook on a3. You will never shift it. So you're just stuck holding the pawn and a2 together, or perhaps offering some kind of a trade of the a2 pawn for the d6 pawn, and then everything comes off. Like it never crosses the third. So the starting position, if you could play a2, a5 here and support it from behind, you would be much better. But in most scenarios, black will be able to play bishop e6, then double on the a file, and this is just a very, very solid position. You pretty much never lose with black.
Thank you, Peter. Chess maybe draw?
Good conclusion. Surprisingly, Nepo did trade queens.
Okay.
Ooh, I don't think that was a good decision, though.
Something very specific. He immediately pushed c5.
Okay, let's have a look-see.
At least he recognizes that he needs to try and make a draw by force. He cannot hold this endgame passively.
So we drop in?
Rook d6 or rook d2.
Maybe he can play c4 here.
c4. I wanted to play
e5, f5.
f5.
e5, it takes on b3.
Maybe on f5
once
also.
again.
And then b4.
Take.
Oh, no, this we had. This we actually had on the screen with the king on h2. And I'm guessing there's not much difference, right? You can play. Okay, he's gone rook d2. And this is, the engine very much likes rook d2.
It just avoids those bishop.
A takes b3 variation. So I want to take a pawn. So
b4?
Very much.
You can choose between b4 and c4, but they lead to the same position pretty much. I go knight a4, c4, and now I simply take and go e5. And the knight has to go to h7.
That's not what black wants. But
the engine suggests starting with bishop b5. I'm not quite sure what that achieves, but we can take a look.
Knight c5, and then knight h7.
Strange that you would want to shift the knight potentially to the d6
because
square.
what we're getting by playing bishop b5, and it seems like it is very important, it might still be trouble, but it is very important, is we actually get not to play knight h7 in that way.
How does it go?
Knight c5, there's one more
Knight c5, rook c8.
move.
We continue chasing. Knight c5, we go rook c8. You can win the a5 pawn. You go knight b7, I have to go knight d7. So by this point, we are very much giving up material, just not to put the knight on h7.
It's extraordinary how the engine never plays passively.
Right.
It always sacrifices and keeps the
wasn't
dynamic.
there knight d6 interesting move?
Knight 6, rook c1 check.
King h2?
Bishop maybe bishop c6.
Bishop to
I can win the pawn
c6.
at
Yeah,
least.
you can take on f7 in the end there.
But that's a nice...
Because I'll have two connected pawns.
No, this looks very scary. It might be okay
have to
move
play
by
bishop
move, but it
a4.
looks very scary.
But this is nice. I like what I
mean, maybe I actually
made
make a draw of the
progress.
king of 7, king e6, because rook c2, rook a2 is a big threat. But yeah, I don't
Wow,
know.
wow. This is
I will
one of
drop
those.
back to d2.
But then g5. This I will hold, I think.
Oh, I see.
No, this
G5
I'm
you do.
taking.
Yeah, you have to take. I will go rook c2, king g3, rook a2.
I
But
agree.
yeah, there's 4 running. I'm probably losing this. Rook g6 check.
It's a bit of a mess, but yeah, I'm fast too. You know, I can. Your king might be in the way, and I get to.
Okay,
to push
so
my check.
let me check all
We
of
have a
this.
move on the board.
We
Nepo
have
played c4.
But
against
it
rook
should lead the same after bc4, bishop takes c4, e5. Black still has to play before bishop b5 there, I think.
So transposed to this line.
Yeah, pretty much transposed to the same. And that's really the only way for white to play, because otherwise, e5 before here, you've thrown away most of your advantage.
Oh, and e5, b4.
Yeah, e5, b4, yeah.
Quickly, Peter, I take on b5, you take on b3, I take on b3.
Bishop takes b3, e5, knight h7. But the fact that I removed the entirety of the queen side, now I'm less unhappy about having to play a passive move on the other side of the board, yeah.
Okay, that's fair. I mean, yes, removing the queen side
entirety
was a successful operation.
So yeah, the best move is still b takes c4.
Yep.
Black absolutely has to take with the bishop. I mean, bc, e5 looks lost, frankly. So it has to be the bishop takes, e5,
b4.
it has to be b4. Knight a4 is... Actually, knight d1 becomes part of the conversation here, which is slightly surprising, trying to reroute it to e3. But knight a4 probably is still stronger. Knight a4.
Okay.
Bishop b5, knight c5, rook c8. And there the engine actually goes knight b3 and not knight b7.
Oops,
rook
sorry,
c8,
that was a slip.
Just to finish our previous conversation, let's put the knight on b7, because we were kind of winning there with white, and I asked the screen, we give a check?
Knight d7 is what we're looking at?
No, we gave a check first. But yeah, it doesn't really matter. It all comes to the same. No, rook c1, king h2, knight d7, knight d6. And the engine goes bishop a4, bishop d5, and I kind of stopped there. But the engine doesn't stop there. It goes king f8 and says we're fine. I am guessing because it is prepared to maybe blow up things with g7, g5 on the next move if you take on f7. Or maybe play rook c2 and have counterplay on the queen side. But anyway, it appears to suggest this is fine. Really? I can imagine rook c2 working here, honestly, because a4, a3, b3 is going to happen very, very quickly. And the king on f8, I think, does a very good job of not letting the e-pawn become a queen.
Yeah, white's king needs to be on d4 to win this.
I honestly,
way too far.
like, this would not shock me if this was okay for black. Compared to some other things which would absolutely shock me a great deal. This wouldn't.
So maybe if king was on g1, that would have been better, right? King f7.
That was why
a little bit better.
Why the prophylaxis is a bad idea.
And now we can go back and check what the engine is suggesting, which is instead of knight b7, yeah, we could have gone
Knight b3.
Gone back halfway, but we'll do it again.
We'll take.
e5, b4.
b4.
Knight a4, bishop b5.
Yep.
Knight c5, rook c8.
Yep.
The knight drops back to b3, which stops checks from c1, among other things.
Makes sense.
And after knight d7...
Give me the pawn.
It even goes rook d5. It even collects it with a rook. Once again, using the fact that there's no rook c1 check.
Okay, that's fair.
Yeah, let's say bishop c6.
I munch a pawn.
Rook a5, we take. And the pawn on a2 has survived for now, which means that you are not making an immediate draw. But you maybe will.
g5 here?
g5. But this, why isn't this somehow, it's not a healthy pawn, is it? But,
yeah.
Okay.
g5, I mean, takes e6 would be my immediate reaction, just to get two passers on the king side.
Sorry, you're ahead of the game there, Peter. Take, and e6.
e6, f3, rook takes g5 check, but then I have a weakness on a2 to cover, like rook g5, king f7, and I have to worry about rook c2 check, rook takes a2.
Gotcha. Even though you have the two connected guys.
And so much has come off the board that, once again, this might be a draw, but clearly none of this is an enjoyable way to make a draw. You will have to suffer for quite a bit.
For sure. There'll be some suffering. Okay. But for Gukesh, I like what Magnus Carlsen has said, like, there's a 2-result game. That's already an accomplishment.
Yeah,
for
definitely.
Gukesh. a 2-result game is.
I wouldn't be surprised if Nepo doesn't even play b4 and just goes knight h7. Because you have to see all the sequence of moves and
Exactly.
be sure that it's good. And you're losing the pawn on a5. It looks
Why
it
is
looks
knight
bad.
h7 so bad?
Knight e4, and I guess you don't have b4 anymore. And that's why.
We actually get to stop you from playing b5
Yeah.
before you have knight e4, knight d6.
Yeah, the knight coming to d6 sure looks like an octopus, if you will. I think another draw might be in the offing between.
Yeah, they'll find a way to trade e4 for b5 quite quickly, I'm pretty
It might
sure.
take a bit, but
Wesley and Fabi, because they are now in a 4 rook ending, 4 versus 4, and
they can't offer a draw, so.
they can't offer a draw.
I'm guessing Wesley will push the e-pawn trade somewhere. And
Just to where we left it with this knight f4, very, very nice move, and everything has come off rook b8 last move by Fabi.
Rook b8 by Fabi is a kind of a, assuming, all three of us here and both of them there kind of know this game is a draw, he could have just gone rook e8,
yes,
rook d5 and took on e4.
Exactly.
But by playing rook b8, he does say to Wesley, I do have a rook behind the passer. So please make like 1-2 precise moves first, and then we'll find a way to trade everything else.
So, okay, I
maybe
would.
rook d7 first or something.
Yeah,
I think he
would
played
be-
d5, which is also kind of logical,
yeah.
just getting more.
Rook e8, e6 is on the agenda, and you want to zip up the board as fast as possible and keep a rook behind. I think that this is more or less the way things might go.
By the way, Nepo did play b4.
Okay,
So we're going into this
let's go back to that game.
analysis.
Nepo.
Gukesh, yeah.
Yeah, by the way, I mean,
Nepo blitzing in his style.
yes.
So here, the knight d1 and knight a4 are both possible.
Yeah. I would say we're not, I think, in practical terms, supposed to start analyzing knight d1 until he plays it. Because I think your hand just plays knight a4 here. And
Right.
You don't even think about it all too much.
Right.
If he chooses knight d1, then we can discuss the advantages of that choice.
The pros and the cons. One thing I'd like to discuss, because I miss some of these great names of chess, including Levon Aronian. Levon, since the start of the Grand Chess Tour, has been, well, I mean, like a barnacle to a ship. He's been in this tour. The youths, however, and more are coming. They're as we see Alireza, he's saying, they're taking over the millennials.
Yeah, I think.
How do you feel about that generational swap? Nothing you can do about it.
Yeah, I don't think we're supposed to feel anything about it. It's just a fact of life, and it's there. It's not even a thing of the future. It's absolutely has already happened, and we're seeing the shift. I think this group of players will be playing GCT and things like the GCT, like the very, very top players for years and years to come. It feels like people like Pragg and Gukesh and Arjun, who is not here, but who is actually rated higher than both of them currently. Currently
Arjun
world number 4.
Vincent might be coming.
Yeah, if the viewers are wondering why we have 2, 3, and then 5 and 6 in this tournament, it's because Arjun gained 50 points in half a year by playing every single event he could find on the calendar. Successfully, which is not an easy thing to do with his rating. Like gaining rating consistently when you're 27, 50 is quite something.
By playing open tournaments,
by playing opens and round robins.
Which is incredibly hard.
Yeah, and round robins of category 15.
Yeah.
Because for some reason he just doesn't get the invitations that the other guys do.
Right.
So and Vincent, as you mentioned, and obviously Nodirbek, who's already here. This is the generation that will play elite tournaments for the next decade and a half. As for the history of the Grand Chess Tour, it feels like Levon, MVL, I think, and maybe Fabi have played, if not all of them, then most of them, right? I tried counting the games played because before round 1, our statistician, Ben Underwood, provided us with some historical records of players in this tournament, and I tried sort of adding up to see who played the most. And I think there's a bunch of players in this tournament who played 82 Sinquefield Cup games.
Wow, 82.
Specifically Sinquefield Cup games, yes.
Wow.
Which is basically 9.5 tournaments. I'm guessing that there were changes in format. Some of them were more rounds, some of them fewer rounds. So, but that, by very simple calculation, that's between like 9 and 10 tournaments.
Right.
It's a bit of a strange number because occasionally people withdraw, so it doesn't like divide by 9 cleanly. So those are the people who have the longest history, but they will eventually, like if the Grand Chess Tour continues, and long may it continue, if it continues for another 20 years, people like Pragg and Nodirbek and Gukesh will probably have those
old
hundreds games of GCT played, at every single venue.
We didn't analyze knight d1. We saved ourselves.
Yes.
That. We otherwise and knight a4. Same conversation for the ladies. The ladies' game. Are we seeing the use? Alice Lee's emerging.
And you asked earlier how to feel about that. I think we passed the stage of being in shock, and we're in the acceptance stage of that.
Like the 12 stages of acceptance.
The shift has already happened.
We should watch the conclusion of the game between Fabi and Wesley. I'm just saying this game is going to end in like 2 minutes.
Let me change directions there, because when we left it, we did see the move rook b8. We did expect e5, and it was a coming.
Yeah,
rook d7
Wesley found
was
a very,
inclusion.
very clean way to get things off the board, by the way.
e6.
Yeah.
Don't think that b3
he's
and
letting the pawn
b2
run.
is going to happen, because we have our own check and check, and we can get our rook behind the pawn.
Or e7 and rook d8, frankly. I don't think you want to play.
Let's not play games.
Play footsie with ideas of e7.
Yeah. Takes.
And now b3,
B3.
rook e7, and we'll play b2. It's quite safe. We're not risking anything. We'll play b2, rook g7, king any square.
Right.
And the threat of b1, queen check is a little bit too strong for white
to avoid
to do much apart from just giving this perpetually.
Exactly.
Important not to do it with the other rook, by the way. If you do it with the other rook, the king might run to c8, and you might not have it wrong.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes, exactly. Now, I'm already feeling that
King c8.
King c8, yeah. Like
I'm probably losing this.
Yeah, you're probably losing this. Yeah, I don't think it's even close, frankly.
No.
b1 and then any move like rook d4 or something.
Absolutely. Yeah, I think I'm just losing this.
So yeah, you always keep one rook where it stops the king from getting to defended squares.
But the whole point is we do want to go rook to e7, rook takes g7, perpetual check with the rook. I think Fabi's just waiting for Wesley to come back. Wesley had a good snack there. You can just see the final remnants of that protein bar going down.
Down the hatch.
Down the hatch.
Then when you claim the draw, you make sure you say it's the same rook that gave the check.
Right. Not
yeah.
Yeah, b2.
b2.
You're about to see the repetition. Perpetual check. So in this game, Wesley had a little bit of an advantage earlier, but nothing major. Fabi played really well.
It was a nice decision with trading the dark square bishops, most especially, as we're seeing the perpetual check. Wesley was premature in stopping the clock. That was 2 times. No, I'm joking. Hardy hand class.
I thought you were right, actually. And this game ended in a draw.
So only 2 games remaining. Nodirbek is a little bit better against Alireza because, we'll watch them sign the score sheets and we can switch to our remaining 2 games. Chris Bird, they're helping them with the correct copy. You have to give the live copy to the arbiter, I guess, and get that.
Well, it was always awkward for me. I liked the originals, and I remember having arguments as strong, discussions with arbiters, especially during the Olympiads. I prized my score sheets. I'm one of those very few players that kept all my score sheets.
I have a drawer which no longer closes.
because of the score
because
sheets.
of how many score sheets it contains.
But
I don't know what I'm going to do with them. Like
signatures of Kasparov and Karpov and Portish and Dr. John Nunn, Robert Hubner, Jan Timman, Viktor Korchnoi, and I wanted the original.
Those will go into museums, right?
Right?
Mm-hmm.
And the arbiters, no, you keep the yellow copy. I don't want to keep the yellow copy. I want to keep the original. If you want a copy of the score sheet, I think that's fine for the officials. Why don't I keep the original?
Yeah, but it's not how it works, sadly.
I know.
I think you very rarely actually get to keep the original. But
I know.
I understand the argument. And on a slightly related topic, I wanted to ask you, just sort of line check. Am I the only crazy one on this topic, or are there other people who are suffering from same types of psychosis? I really, really hate it when the arbiters, like in round robins in particular, there's a very few score sheets. So sometimes you get these over-eager arbiters who actually like write down round and date on your score sheet.
Right.
And I would like send it back.
That.
I would send it back and say, give me a blank one, please. Yeah, I will fill all this in. This information will be on it.
Right.
Just not in your handwriting, please.
Exactly. It's
okay, thank you. Not only me. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, it's my score sheet, gosh darn it.
Don't touch it.
I've never experienced that. I didn't know arbiters would write in.
This happens occasionally. Yeah.
Over eager indeed, boy. I think, well, why don't you just fill in the rest of it? Nodirbek versus Alireza. Alireza didn't put the bishop on e6.
Not
like
yet, no.
To.
Not yet.
Jump in, Peter. Why didn't he do that?
It still looks pretty equal.
I mean, choosing between bishop d7 and rook c8 in a position, we left it after knight f6, queen f6, rook
Was it
d1.
critical?
Not that critical. Rook c8 is not much worse. It's maybe slightly inferior to bishop d7, but these are all, I think they're mainly sort of questions of taste. Rook c8, c4 played, and as usual, we're not that worried. We take, we play rook a4. The pawn on e4 is hanging, so you can't even play bishop b3 yet. Rook c2 has been played.
Right.
And you can play bishop d7 now. We're almost there.
Almost there.
Yeah, after queen b3, you still have to make sure you don't blunder any tactics, but seems like there's a decent number of ways to do that, like rook a5 followed by rook ac5. I mean, I would prefer to double on the a file, if I'm honest, but I will take doubling on the c file for now, and then eventually switching to putting pressure against the a2 pawn.
Doubtlessly, I'm blundering something here, Nasi, but let's say I was absolutely eager to make a draw. Could I play the move bishop d5?
It's actually, just didn't notice the option existed. Okay, you've lost the game to bishop b3. Otherwise, it's an immediate draw, but you've actually lost the game to bishop b3.
I've lost the game because of rook takes c2.
Bishop takes and then bishop b1 in the end.
Rook takes bishop b1.
And bishop b1, and that kind of a ladder downwards.
Yes.
The very, very unusual ladder downwards actually wins a full exchange.
That
you
is
probably
nice.
end up losing. Yeah.
I probably do. Bishop d7 on the board. I'm certain that was engine approved as you're trying to bring the bishop back to e6. So, bishop.
Yeah, and the point of the move queen b3 that I was highlighting is that I don't know which passing move to me. Let's say g7, g6.
Okay.
Bishop f7 and then rook c8. And we've lost a pawn, or if we actually we've lost more than a pawn, because the rook on a4 drops. Yeah. So this has to be guarded against by one of the moves engine actually suggests here is king h7.
King h7.
Yeah, just to side this not being a check actually refutes the entire combination, because we will have time to play rook takes c2, and then we will pick up that bishop at our leisure.
At our leisure.
Leisure.
Yeah. Nice. Basically, it's been a quiet round. I mean...
the only game where something might happen is in Gukesh's game.
And we did see the knight getting to b7 in that game, because we were thinking
They're following our lines.
Yes. That... Okay, so...
Computer lines.
Nepo found all of these ways
moves,
of avoiding this knight h7 business.
Right.
And going passive. And I think we were here.
Knight e6, rook c1 check.
King h2
and maybe king f2 and just...
Okay, it doesn't. Let's give it a shot. King f2, we went here.
We looked at bishop a4, bishop d5, and then
king f8.
It was okay, but here we have king on f2, so maybe that's a big advantage, right?
Is it?
Well...
Because g5 was the one that was upsetting.
Well, now we'll have king e3 very quickly. No, it was rook c2 first, right?
No. The thing is, we for some unexplained reason we're playing king h2, which is just like now that I look at this, why were we not playing King F2 is very, very unclear to me. It absolutely belongs on F2 here. And this is the best line of the engine. It goes knight d6, it goes King F2, and now you have a choice between.
Nazi is the influencer. She led me into this. She led me astray.
No.
By King H2.
No. You don't get to blame that on Nazi. No.
Yes,
no, I'm not letting you. And in this position, the choices between all three moves are sort of playable: bishop a4, bishop c6, bishop a6.
Okay.
But none of them equalize. And if we go back to that position that we were discussing earlier,
yes, with the king now on f2.
Seems like we're still maybe holding with knight b6, knight d6, and rook d1.
Wow.
Importantly trading this way, I guess, to, I don't know why it's stronger than rook c2.
a4, b3.
Why is it stronger than rook c2? I don't understand. I do not understand. There appears to be a difference between rook d1 and rook c2 in favor of rook d1, but I really don't know why this is less of an issue. Like, this appears to be sort of holding, but the same position with the bishop on c2, maybe because of king d2 existing. Okay. Because now king d2, this doesn't work either. Yeah, I don't know. It's all very confusing to me. They seem to be exactly the same position, but there appears to be some difference.
We do have king f2 on
without
the board,
knight d6.
Oh, without knight d6.
Very interesting.
Oh, I saw a bubble on
Not great, yeah, because you've given black, now black doesn't have to play rook c1, and rook c3 turns out to be a much stronger move. Because then the bishop gets a much better square on d3 against some of the white options.
Well, let's have a look-see. Go ahead.
So rook c3, knight d6. Yeah, we go bishop d3, bishop d5, king f8. And this is now just completely fine, because knight f7, knight b6, and then a4. Let's say bishop b6, a4. It just says, like, I don't see why I'm worse, because this is now happening. I'm very much pushing on the queen side, and the rook is not active. The bishop on d3, you cannot really challenge it, because there will be all kinds of discovered checks if you play king e3.
Not good.
So this is just, like, the best line of the engine is just giving up this bishop. Yeah, so that covers it quite extensively. And if you play bishop takes f7, g5 is okay, but also even the immediate knight c5. Once again, look, black did not have this bunch of very good pieces in the other line.
b3 is really scary.
And things are still happening on the other side of the board. So, yeah, king f2, I think he is trying to be a little bit too cutesy here.
Rook c3 on the board, and maybe that was a big miss by Gukesh.
Does seem like it, yeah.
Wow. Okay, and again, are we getting into that perpetual jeopardy time of the clocks, Nazi?
10 minutes for Gukesh. 45 for Nepo. I don't think Nepo will end up in time trouble in this game.
Yeah, but in those variations that we are seeing, knight to d6, bishop to d3, bishop to d5, whether you include all of these a4, king f8 businesses, whatever it is that you're doing, at the end of the day, you're getting into this position where if you have to give back the piece, we're talking a 3-result game.
Well, more like 2, but it's black who is...
At one moment, we were talking 2-result.
Forward.
Now, right? Now we're talking maybe Gukesh might stage a comeback.
But we do have an interview. Christian is with Wesley So.
Gukesh, complex.
Wesley, you came into the studio and you immediately asked me, was I better anywhere? And I said, probably not. But you felt you had some ideas in this game. Tell us a bit about this game from your perspective.
No, not really. I didn't see much ideas, but I was hoping for... Also, Fabi started using a lot of time, and he lost yesterday, so I thought maybe if I get lucky, but it's not really.
Are these some of the factors that you're considering as well when you're getting ready for a game? Whether your opponent has a difficult tournament up to that point, whether the time management is problematic?
Yeah, for sure. Keep a close eye on that. I usually don't watch live games, but I was watching yesterday in the time trouble, and it was crazy. Very good commentating, by the way. I was watching you guys.
Well, mostly the guys in the studio. I'm here with the interviews, speaking with
just want to say good job to all 4 of you.
Yes, I'm sure.
But I was hoping to get a game because maybe Fabi's a bit disappointed. He was probably supposed to win yesterday, and also he played the long game. So, but I wasn't sure what opening. I wanted to play c4 first move, but then I saw he played many times b6 on move 4 here.
Yes.
Maybe it's not your idea, right? No. B6.
I'm not going to be able to tell you that.
So I was hoping he'd go for b6, which is slightly dubious.
Why is that a bad idea? B6?
It's not. It's compared to castle on move 4. It's not the main line. I mean, it's like a bit more dubious. But
so you had some ideas there.
Yeah,
you're ready to fight there.
Well, not a winning idea, but I mean some playing ideas. Yeah, like he played many times against Caruana recently with b6. So I thought, okay, I have some ideas. But then he castled very fast. So I was quite sad. And then I thought he'd play c5, but then he played. But then I don't really remember. I played bishop e7 against Ray in the American Cup. So I had some ideas also. Levon played it, but then he played bishop d6, and Fabi just keeps finding all these ideas. Then I couldn't really remember much.
Yeah, sometimes something you said a while back, you said that you're playing Fabi and you get ready and then he surprises you usually.
Yeah, when he's you're right. When he's white, generally, when he's white, when I play Fabi with white, the rule is I should never prepare because he will either prepare he will either play e4, d4, c4, and I can only anticipate one move. So it's better not to prepare against Fabi. But here, yeah, I thought I had other ideas. h3, bishop f5 looks solid for black. So then I went for this. It looked very normal. And he was playing very quickly, so that's why I played a4, hoping he would be out of preparation.
And it seems like he more or less was at this point. You were starting to spend some time.
Yeah, I'm not sure how strong the engine is. Queen b3 and queen b7. Maybe it's not good. It looks cd, bishop d5.
Not very strong, it seems like.
Yeah, my queen could get trapped. Yeah.
Queen to a5, you might have some problems with a queen. Yes.
Yeah. So
definitely dangerous.
Yeah, so I thought I played logically. I was hoping he'd go for like knight g6 and then rook e8, knight f4, and then g5.
You were hoping he would destabilize the position a little bit.
Yeah, I actually thought he would go for this because Fabiano generally plays for a win with both colors. So I really thought he would go for it. And then, but of course, white's very solid. So, but here it started to exchange pieces a little bit. Maybe rook e2. Fabiano suggested after the game takes and rook c1, which is interesting actually. I mean, maybe queen e7. But if you get this position, he mentioned this briefly, and then rook c7. It seems like black is winning the d pawn, but after the very strong knight d2, followed by knight e4.
This is starting to look a bit dangerous. Knight e4 followed by d6. Black is definitely risking a little bit here.
Now that I see the evaluation, then I think it's very dangerous for black. So Fabi suggested that, but of course black doesn't have to.
You can also just go queen e7.
Yeah, and then there's knight f4, unfortunately. Or just e4.
Try to go for the counter. e4, knight e2, knight f4. Yeah.
But yeah, I think bishop b4 was very smart because he gained the tempo. Now I have to spend another silly tempo playing rook e1. And he said b5 was very good here. Yeah, I actually spent a long time calculating this, but it doesn't work, unfortunately. Like I spent maybe 15 minutes.
It does seem like this is a very powerful idea, but if you start by taking on b5 first.
Yeah, then he could take with the bishop.
With the bishop, yes. And now maybe to try to go again for this type of ideas.
Yeah, this doesn't work now because the rook is protected. But rook c1. Yeah, I wasn't sure who's better here. You know, white is also risking because the two rooks can certainly fight against a queen. Yeah, but I looked at this one. And then I guess rook c7, then I stopped. But then h4. Yeah, it's very unclear. I'm not sure who's better.
Yes.
So in the
risky as well.
Yeah, it's very unclear. Yeah. So, but I mean, if you want to win, you have to try to risk something. And I guess here it's just a draw. A b rook b6. But I should have gone for this and made the draw because in the end I had to be slightly careful. But yeah, it's just a draw. Like I have to find e5 and e6.
Yes.
And then also if rook b6, I have rook e3, followed by rook f3.
It is just a draw. The material is too simplified. Wesley, 2 games, 2 draws so far. How are you feeling about your shape? How are you feeling about your opponents? Are they giving you any chances? Do you feel like you're getting any chances, or it's too early to tell?
Well, not yet in the first 2 games. Yesterday, they tried to get a game, but Anish was very well prepared and he got a very good position. And today, there's not really much chances. So just take it day at a time. Try to get chances when they come. Also, this tournament is very important for next year's calendar for me. So try to get a good night's rest, good night's sleep, and try to have lots of energy for tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Wesley, for joining us. And right now, we're going to go, let's take a look first at the standings as we continue. Round 2, as you can see, Alireza, Firouzja still in the lead. A lot of results, as you can see. And Nepo, Nodirbek, Gukesh, and Alireza still fighting for the points in this round. We're going to go on a short commercial break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly.
In our game, we see echoes of warfare. Every bishop's silent shift. Every piece finds its place. The clocks are ticking, and every second matters. Legends will rise, and champions will fall. Give it everything you've got, and ask for more. This isn't just a game. This is it.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of America. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, visit stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. championships, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today. The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis city and county, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education. In the world of collegiate chess, there is no team rising quite like the one at the University of Missouri. The team has brought home title after title, including the 2024 Pan American Intercollegiate Championship, and were the 2024 Final Four champions. Guided by their head coach, Christian Carilla, there is no stopping the Tigers. Respect, responsibility, discovery, excellence. University of Missouri.
I'm Grandmaster Maurice Ashley. Join me on October 24th to 26th for the St. Louis Chess Conference to be held right here in the chess capital of the United States. Also featuring legendary world champion Garry Kasparov and Hall of Fame inductee Judith Polgar, the conference will explore the broader educational and social impact of chess. For more information, go to stlouischessconference.org and sign up today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. The World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. Enjoy a shopping experience like no other. Make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
At St. Louis University, chess and success go hand in hand. Founded in 2016, the St. Louis University chess team has risen to become recognized as one of the best in the nation, bringing home multiple titles, including the National Championship in 2022. With members from 9 countries and led by Grandmasters Firouzja and Darius Fierks, the future is bright for the SLU chess team. Higher purpose, greater good. St. Louis University. The St. Louis Chess Club is the premier chess facility in the United States and is among the best in the world. Thanks to co-founders Dr. Jeannie Cairn Sinquefield and Rex Sinquefield, the St. Louis Chess Club is a non-profit organization committed to promoting the game of chess locally and internationally. We bring the educational benefits of chess to thousands of students across the St. Louis area, promoting cognitive development, critical thinking, concentration, and analytical skills. The St. Louis Chess Club welcomes chess lovers of any age and skill level to come and enjoy the game of chess. We also promote chess at the highest levels, hosting all levels of the U.S. Championships and the American Cup, as well as high-profile tournaments that attract the world's best players, including the prestigious Sinquefield Cup, Cairns Cup, and many more. All tournaments can be streamed via our YouTube and Twitch channels that also include over 2,000 chess lectures for anyone to enjoy. Become a member and enjoy perks such as free classes and lectures, weekly tournaments, merchandise discounts, and so much more. Visit stlouischessclub.org to claim your membership today.
The World Chess Hall of Fame, located in the heart of St. Louis's historic Central West End. Want to know why chess has intrigued people around the world for nearly 1,500 years? Stop by and learn about the impact of chess from our 3 floors showcasing the art, culture, and history of the game. Landmarked by the world's largest chess piece sitting outside our front door, the World Chess Hall of Fame has something for everyone to enjoy, including various exhibitions, monthly concerts, and much more. Whether you are a beginner or a professional, there is something for everyone to learn here at the World Chess Hall of Fame. Enjoy free admission to our rotating exhibitions in our galleries and sign up for chess events, family-friendly programming, and art classes. And don't forget to stop by our award-winning gift shop, Q Boutique, and shop a wide selection of chess-related merchandise. For more information on current exhibits, please visit worldchesshof.org. St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, boasts the world-class St. Louis Chess Club and the World Chess Hall of Fame. It also plays host to an award-winning shop dedicated to chess merchandise, all-occasion gifts, and plenty more. At Q Boutique, you can shop both in-store and online for chess merchandise, autograph collectibles, chess campus souvenirs, and much, much more. From quirky greeting cards to luxury chess sets, there is something for everyone at Q Boutique. And all purchases go right to benefiting new exhibitions and programs at the World Chess Hall of Fame, dedicated to exploring chess and its immense impact on art and culture. Located on the first floor of the World Chess Hall of Fame, enjoy a shopping experience like no other and become everyone's favorite gift giver. If you can shop in store, make sure to check out QBoutiqueSTL.com for a wide variety of gifts for everyone to enjoy.
The St. Louis Chess Club Scholastic Program brings the educational value of chess to kids in schools across the St. Louis area. Active in over 100 schools throughout the St. Louis City and County, the St. Louis Chess Club has been able to reach over 85,000 students in both in-school and after-school programs. We created the Select Chess Training Program and the Junior Select Chess Training Program in order to elevate the skill level in students across the St. Louis area. These students receive professional training from Grandmaster Firouzja. Other programs include Chess Cops, a partnership with the St. Louis Police Department, looking to improve relationships between at-risk kids and police officers in the St. Louis area, with over 600 students playing chess over the board since 2019. The St. Louis Chess Club has also created a chess merit badge for the Scouts BSA, quickly becoming one of the most popular badges, with more than 250,000 Scouts earning the badge since 2011. Students of chess can also pick up a copy of Read and Write Chess. Thanks to club co-founder Dr. Jeannie Cairns Sinquefield, anyone can learn how to understand chess notation in no time. We view chess as a valuable educational tool. Learn more about our scholastic programming by visiting stlouischessclub.org/education.
Welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of round 2. Let's take a look at our current standings. We have some results.
It's been a quiet affair.
Yes, it has. We have draws between Anish, Giri, and Ding Liren, MVL in Prague, and Fabi against Wesley.
The positions that we have on our boards, the current remaining 2 games, also look like, well,
Balanced.
Balanced.
Let's start with the quieter one.
All right.
This is the game between Nodirbek and our tournament leader Alireza Firouzja, in which we left it here. Rook c2, bishop d7 was, as expected, played, and queen b3, a slightly tricksy move, which could have perhaps asked a question or two, was not played. Instead, queen c1 was played, and Alireza found a very nice way, I think, to more or less liquidate into what should be a very comfortable draw. The point being that we seemingly blundered this little tactic, but we can even afford to give white this rook on c8 with check, but then the a2 pawn cannot be protected. And very importantly, white does not have a luft yet on the king side, and after, let's say, rook d6, rook a2, yeah, you might be in trouble, says mate in 5 on my screen, because you just cannot defend your king anymore. So that means that white needs to stabilize, giving up a2 for nothing, and we end up with a 4 against 4, which is not going to be played for very long. Alternatively, if you really, really want to continue the game from here, you can do something like f3, queen takes c1, rook takes c1, but after king f8, once again, black will prepare and play bishop e6, and there is no way this a-pawn crosses the third.
Right.
It's going to stay on a2 for the rest of the game, so this is very, very safe.
And we do have bishop f7 on the board. They're headed to the line you were showing us.
Yeah, they're already here, queen c8, king h7, and yeah, they will find a way to get more pieces off the board pretty soon, and the game will end in a draw, because the single quote-unquote weakness on d6 is never, ever enough to ask a single pertinent question here for white. You're just not better. Moving on to our potentially final game of the day, with the other 4 probably being drawn in a matter of minutes. A lot of things happened since we last saw it. We left it here after the move knight d6, and honestly, somewhat shockingly, in particular considering the clock situation, Jan played bishop c6, a move which should still draw, and I think will still draw. But this was maybe the first time in the game where, had he played bishop d3, bishop d5, king f8, giving up the f7 pawn and then launching his own pawns down the board, with knight on c5 in particular, joining the action on the queen side. I think Gukesh had 5 minutes at this point against maybe 50 for Jan. And black is not even remotely worse. There is so much counterplay on the queen side that you run pretty much zero risk. And this being 5 minutes for the rest of the game, as we know with this time control, I would have thought Jan should jump at the opportunity to create some kind of an imbalance. Instead, he played bishop c6, allowing takes, knight c5, knight d6, very importantly stopping the fork on e4, a4, king e3, b3, and in the break I spoke to Daros Virts, and he said that with best play, and once again, his computer is stronger than our computer here in the studio. This ends up being 3 against 2 on one side. These pawns, A and A disappear, and then eventually white goes f5, e6, and the E pawn trades itself for the B pawn. And 3 against 2 on one flank should be a draw. Ding played knight e4, and Jan is now thinking actually for quite some time. I checked. You can go rook b6, which is a kind of a cute way to liquidate into this endgame, which might look like it might be threatening, but in fact, knight n2 pretty much never wins against the rook.
Right.
You need to have the king already somewhere on d7 and the pawn on e6 for this to be a problem. You just go king f7, king e7, and you have so much counterplay having the only rook on the board that this is never, ever an issue for black. Or, and this is, he played knight a4 actually.
Yeah.
But just to finish talking about this position, even the very, very simple get the rook behind the pawns, the pawn on b3 and start giving sideway checks. I checked this. This is also a draw. Yeah. But he played knight a4, I guess, with the intention of making this as exciting for Gukesh as possible, because Gukesh does have 20 seconds. So yeah, let's just watch the big screen.
Down to 10 seconds now, and
ticking.
Yeah, you can see his leg is shaking.
A little bit.
Yeah, you can put the rook behind on b8 after b2.
He's done it.
Yeah.
He's played rook b8.
Yeah, b2 you can play f5. Rook c1 is not really that much of a threat, and also you might lose to something like e6 check, rook b7 check, e7 check, knight d6, and so on. So, yeah, Jan is maybe taking a little bit of a risk here by, hang on a second, aren't we losing to rook b6?
We have b2 on the board.
No, take a knight d2, right?
Yeah, why is f5 not losing to rook b6? Is my knight d6, knight c8 check. This is very relevant. f5?
Yes.
Oh,
Hasn't been played. He played rook b7 check. This is still completely fine.
So essentially, black wants to play is rook b6. So had, for example, we played a poor move, f5.
It's not a poor move, but very specifically after rook b6 you cannot take, because after both knight c3 and knight d2 I have a check with the knight.
Very nice.
That is actually kind of cute, right?
Yeah. I have a mirror check on c4 and on d5 in case of knight c3.
Knight c3,
winning.
Stopping, and whoop.
Yeah.
In both cases. That
White
is
has
actually
knight
cute.
d6 after rook b6. No, you can continue.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, but rook b6 actually loses after f5. Because after knight d6 you suddenly find yourself in a situation where you cannot prevent knight c8 check. Right?
King e7 is the only move.
Oh, nasty.
Knight c8, and then king f7, let's say.
Yeah, and we go,
Knight.
I think, e6 first, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter, I can take on b6
Oh, yeah,
first.
yeah.
Yeah, I can take on, to make it even more instructive, I can take on b6, b1 queen, and play e6 check. And then I will have a knight check.
Discovery check on the king, on the queen.
Yes,
Very
and
nice.
picking up the...
14, 13, by the way, knight d2. Gukesh decides he doesn't really want to blunder any of those things and just secures the b pawn completely.
Right.
And once again, instructively, even rook b6 here, just simplifying into that pawn down ending, is a very comfortable draw for black, because the only way for white to play for a win is to run with the king towards the b2 pawn, and in the meantime, I will, with my knight, collect like half the king side. King e7 here or something, I guess, yeah.
Right.
Yeah, when you go king c3, knight d5, and pick it
You
up.
can start with f5, but I will play probably knight d7, e6, knight f6, and it's just so difficult for white to get to the b2 pawn without allowing us some sort of counterplay. So yeah, this is
Right.
king c3, knight e4 check. You can probably still lose the game if you want, if you really, really want. So king d3, now I go knight d5 back, and I start attacking the entire chain.
Yes.
And this is a very comfortable draw for black.
In the current position, can Nepo play rook c1? Oh.
Doesn't really-
I was threatening b1. I'm not. At all.
Yeah.
So then rook c3 check and maybe pick up h3?
Yeah, you can actually do that. Yeah, it allows e6, but with the king on f8 and with the white knight now restricted to protecting the b1 square, e6 we're not really very scared about.
But aren't we a little bit... I mean, white's pieces...
Rook
are
h1.
e7, knight d4 ideas, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's gone rook b6, yeah.
He did what? Rook.
He's gone rook b6.
Here,
it's a very understandable decision. If Gukesh wants to continue pretending, I guess he can sort of give up the knight, just not trade rooks here, allow b1. But he's just not better. I don't think it's a winning attempt. It's probably also not a losing attempt, but it's not a winning attempt.
You mean
rook a7?
Rook a7.
Yeah, rook a7, knight c3, and it will cost you a piece.
You're a little reluctant to go into that line. He did. And there is a big threat of knight c4 check. Hence, we were playing the move king d4.
Mm-hmm.
We were playing king e7. Now again, in order to release this knight from the protection, well, stopping queen, at one moment the king is going to have to step back to c3, captures. And what Peter is saying is, as soon as white goes into those, he moves his king away, the king drifts away from the pawns, then you stay on the king side with the knight, so that the knight can jump gleefully and start snacking on the king side pawns. We're snacking over here.
Yeah, this knight e4 check here is pretty strong.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah, this is the one I wanted to show. You constantly need to make sure you don't blunder those things, because they probably cost you the game on the spot.
Yeah. Oops, that's not what we wanted.
No, it is not.
King e7 on the board.
One thing I wanted to ask you, Yasser, is would you have played g6 instead of king e7 to kind of prevent white?
I think I would have, actually.
I was looking at that. I thought it might actually make sense to include g6, but what he's doing is still completely fine. Yeah, I think knight d7 now.
In all of these knight endings, especially this particular one, every trade of pawns is just to be welcomed.
Yeah. Normally you feel kind of weird making it easier for white to create two passers with nothing in front of them. But in this particular case, just trading more things, creating more targets for attack is useful. But I don't think what he does is remotely risky.
Jan made some interesting decisions, including the b7, b5, which I thought was reckless, but it was computer approved. But I think Jan is going to really regret the fact that he didn't play bishop d3.
Yeah, this is the one
that he could have been, genuinely optimistic.
This one is being concluded.
Nodirbek and Firouzja are repeating. About to be a draw, as expected. This was the e4, e5 game that transposed into some kind of Najdorf.
Yes, felt it.
Yeah, it was very Najdorfy by the end. Very much so. And, the claim being made.
In the draw.
So this is four draws out of 4 for now today, and the remaining knight endgame should be a draw.
Which means Alireza maintains his lead.
Indeed. He has. For me, I think that this was a very, very big test today and yesterday. Alireza started the event with 2 black pieces in the first 2 games. A smashing success, winning with the black pieces against Fabi in round 1, has really put him in pole position for the Grand Chess Tour victory. If he makes a draw in this game, and we definitely expect that, G5 takes.
I don't have many ideas here.
No, you don't. At some point, you play f6 and then black sacrifices.
But the point is, we can even release the contact with the e5 pawn. I don't think knight b6 loses instead of king e8.
No.
Yeah, knight f8 doesn't lose, like any move here, pretty much. Like as long as you don't blunder a knight in one move here.
Right.
Knight b8, knight f8, all of those moves. As long as we attack the e5 pawn on the next move, if the king goes to c3, we're just making a comfortable draw anyway.
Exactly.
Jan making it abundantly clear what he thinks about this position.
The time difference is huge, but of course, doesn't matter anymore.
Not really, yeah.
But if Jan played bishop d3, it could have mattered.
Yes. We've been seeing Gukesh going down to under 10 seconds.
A couple of times,
rather consistently, I even say.
Yeah, even now, about to be.
Just by g5.
Yeah, and they're actually quite instructively, maybe the fastest way to do it after hg is to play g6.
Wow.
Wait, f takes g?
Knight f8.
Oh, a 96 check.
A 96 check.
Nice.
Breaking them apart, and once you break them apart, you collect them one by one. And if you go G6, F6, after knight f8, I will once again start gathering. Maybe king f7 first even, and if you play king d5, then I will play knight f8, knight e6, and go after everyone.
You know, that actually, yeah, that's really improved. I like that.
That makes it a dead cert, more or less instantly. Yeah.
Right. G6, quite the move there. Kind of a visual.
I think that's what he's calculating. Otherwise, he would just.
He's reaching for it.
Yeah.
G6.
He knows. Yeah, he knows.
Yeah.
He's been there before.
Not his first rodeo.
No. Although, to be honest, once again.
Every move.
Any move. Yeah, king e7, knight b8.
I would have played king e7.
Yeah.
I mean, what are you afraid of? E6? I don't think
nothing
so.
really.
No.
You're not really afraid of.
Knight b8 seems like you're mocking your opponent.
A little bit, yeah. Knight b8 specifically does look like you're
disrespectful.
You're trying to point out the futility of.
Yeah.
So if e6, knight f8.
Everything. 6, I think king f7 is cleaner. Yeah.
6, knight f8.
E6, yeah, e6, knight f8. Yeah. Fg, knight f8 is as well. Is also just very, very cleanly drawing on the spot here. I think Gukesh is just preparing to go king c3, knight g6, king b2, knight e5, g6, knight takes g6. I think this is likely
Can
to
they
be...
shake hands there, or someone has to still give up a knight?
I think there was a women's World Cup game where it was 2 knights versus knight. Yeah, and they were playing for the flag. It was allowed to continue.
He found a way to ask one final question, but yeah, king f7 here is very comfortable. King takes b2, knight takes g5. I mean, king takes g7 also draws, but why not knight takes g5?
Yeah.
Probably knight f4 also draws, but...
Yeah. Yeah, hard to disagree. e6 check, knight takes e6, g8 check would be my preferred solution here.
Right. White queens.
Yes. Giving me an opportunity which I will pass on to tell my light squared bishop and h-pawn story again. We're running out of time in this show, so I will not teach our viewers how to hustle.
How to hustle.
e6 knight d8. I like this. Yeah. Because we now have knight c6 check. Yeah. Okay, he's not even playing
e6, knight to d8. And here's the handshake.
And there's a handshake. Draw agreed. And while players discuss this, I think we do have an interview ready. Christian is with Nodirbek.
Nodirbek, yesterday you were under some pressure. Today you were the one exerting the pressure. Also, one of the few people that still play the Ruy Lopez instead of the Italian. Tell us a bit about this game.
Actually I wasn't sure what Alireza plays because he also plays Najdorf. So I kind of, it was 50-50 because, I prepared this variation against Berlin. But I think he knew the details very well, and Queen E2, Bishop C2. Yeah, here I got excited a little bit because Bishop A7 gives D4. Yeah, also King H1 apparently was stronger. Maybe maybe that's more interesting compared to this game.
Were you still? Did you still know what some details? In this
a little bit, but yeah, I knew that Bishop on A7 is not great because have to normally put the Bishop on C7, and so it protects D6, E5, but it gives F4. But okay, I wasn't sure if I got the good version for white here. Yeah, so Bishop A7, D4. And he quickly played Bishop G4, which I didn't expect because he has some normal moves such as Queen E7.
Yes.
yeah, I was a little bit surprised by this move. But okay, Queen D3, B5, Knight E3, Bishop E6, D5. That's that's a normal.
Very typical.
Yeah, very typical. And here I thought Bishop E3 is one of the options to go for this, but
I was probably worried about this.
Yeah, I think White is a little bit better because I can, he has some weakness on D6, and I can also play for C4.
C4.
Yes. So yeah, I was very happy. But okay, he went for CD, Knight D5, and Bishop D7. Which is apparently very solid, and yeah, I felt like I might have something, but it's, White has to play very accurate, the engine type, kind of accuracy, but yeah, I didn't manage to put some pressure, I think. Yeah, Bishop E3 apparently was not good.
It did feel like there was some pressure as you keep going.
Yeah,
maybe A3 was not the most precise.
Yeah, he played A3, and yeah, I played Bishop B3. I didn't consider this as some sort of advantage, because
I think for good reason.
Yeah, I mean,
the pawns are just too weak. Yeah.
Too bad. Yeah, structure. So yeah, I played Bishop B3, AB, AB1, castle. Yeah, apparently everything was good. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Quite precise.
Yeah, we played good game. Yeah. I mean, here also K6 is good move, because so knight before rook B6, F3, but okay, just played Bishop B7, Queen C7. I think it's also fine for black. Yeah.
Yes. Nodirbek, obviously in the rapid and blitz portion, that was not your tournament, not what you wanted to see, but it does seem like right now you're starting to find your form. How are you feeling about this tournament? What are your ambitions?
Yeah, to play better compared to Bucharest. Finally to score my first victory. Of course, that's a goal for the tournament. Yeah, and to just get a new experience, and yeah, to play some interesting openings, of course, and yeah, to get better. Kind of getting this kind of experience is invaluable. I mean, you don't have many chance to play in like super tournament like this, and yeah, it's my goal is just to play a better chess compared to Bucharest, as I said.
Well, you're definitely bringing always a very explosive brand of chess. Thank you very much for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, Christian. Indeed, chess is a hard game.
It's hard to win.
Hard to win.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And it's really kind of striking to hear a player as strong as Nodirbek talk about a field in which he would very much like to win one game.
Right.
This is his second classical tournament of the tour, and he apparently did not win a single one in Bucharest. And
MVL was
knowing how good he is, and that story also further supports it. MVL's 21-game drawing streak.
Like what?
Round robins are hard.
Right. Wow, and this was our day.
5 draws, so the standings didn't change. Alireza remains in the lead with 1.5 points, and Fabi in -1.
That's tough. But 5 draws. I'm still reflecting on the 21 draw streak that MVL complained about, and really, I think I've had like streaks of 5, 6 draws.
Yeah, I'm not sure what. No, I definitely have a longer one, because I just realized I had a 12. I think it was a 12-game streak in one single tournament, because Linares used to at some point be an 8-player double round robin, so that's 14 rounds. And I think I eventually, and in a kind of a passing of the baton, I beat Peter Leko with black in that game. Two people who are sort of very much associated with the idea of making many a draw.
Right.
So I definitely had more, and Anish famously made all 14 in the candidates tournament.
Indeed.
But 21 is 3 events probably, or maybe even 4. That is a very lengthy process. And also MVL is not someone I would associate with it, frankly. He plays very fighting chess. And
absolutely. Fighting openings, fighting.
We're being uh-oh'd by the production.
That usually means we take a look at the predictions.
Right.
And well, we know.
We know.
We know.
Only 2 rounds. You can't start bragging yet.
No.
try to stop him, honestly. What do you mean you can't?
That's pretty good. We are waiting for one more interview, but this round has this feel. This is kind of like the problem that these guys are just so good, Peter. It's hard to get an advantage from the opening. Then if
they
you
defend incredibly well. Yeah.
Look what you got to deal with. The resistance is fantastic.
This is the quote unquote drawback of amassing these fields.
Yeah.
When you really want to have a field of the absolute top players in the world, you do get these situations where it's just difficult to win a game of chess because the field is so level.
Yeah.
But usually, even in the close tournaments, there's at least one player who's slightly weaker than the rest.
And people try to target that player.
But here we don't have that. So.
Exactly.
Well, we might actually find out who that is by round 7.
Right. Who's the target?
Yeah, but not just yet. Yeah, 9 out of 10 so far. Exactly. And for a brief moment, we were actually one correct move away from it being 10 out of 10 yesterday. Had he found Rook G5, Fabiano would have saved that game as well.
Yeah, what a remarkable save that would have been.
But we do have Christian with Gukesh.
Gukesh, obviously a very tense game in this one, but I have to ask you about yesterday's game because it was the first time you met with Ding over the board in what will be the World Championship match. How was that feeling for you?
Yeah, it was an interesting game. I mean, I was not thinking too much about the match. I just wanted to play a good game as usual, and yeah,
Did you feel any mind games from your opponent? Were you interested in any mind games?
Not really. I mean, the match will be a different experience. So I guess both of us were just playing normal chess, and yeah, he had this huge chance after I played d4, but yeah, luckily I managed to. Luckily he didn't spot it. So yeah.
With Rook to e1 is what you mean. Tell us a bit about this game. You were definitely putting some pressure on Jan in this one.
Throughout the game I felt I was in complete control. I mean, probably not winning, but I don't know if I was winning, but it was very unpleasant for him.
When did you feel like you got that advantage out of the opening? At what point did you feel like you were in the driver's seat?
Yeah, around this point, like queen f to queen b for queen e3. I thought this was really unpleasant for him because I get all this f5, e5 stuff. And what he played, here we were discussing that maybe e5 could have been a better try, but I was not sure about. Guess I have to take this. Yeah, something like this I was not sure about. Yeah, I just missed queen d2. Probably this would have been a better try, but I mean, with precise play, black should hold, I think.
It's still very limited material.
Yeah.
Maybe you're going to get 4 versus 3.
And also my king is very, very weak.
Weak, yes.
But yeah, maybe this was the best chance. But what I played, I also thought this was very, very strong for me. And I was sure around some point that I should be winning, but I think he just found all the right moves, and I did not see any clear way to win, which probably means there's nothing.
Also, in terms of the time management, he was playing very fast, despite the fact that his position was unpleasant. Did that surprise you?
Well, that's how he usually plays, I guess. He's a very fast player, and that was not really a surprise.
Very practical, indeed. And
I'm just curious.
Yes.
So computer says this, but what if he was bishop c7? Okay, so basically what we got in the game.
Yes.
But I don't think it was winning, yeah? So
no, I don't think it was.
Oh, bishop d3. Bishop d5, king f8. Oh, wow. Completely missed this one. He's getting a lot of play.
He's getting some play
that
with
would
the
have been
pawns.
unpleasant.
Yeah.
But okay.
Especially with 7 minutes on the clock.
Yeah. Wow, he just played precisely.
You both played a very precise game in this one. Quite a well-played game. Tell us a bit about your preparation for this event, your preparation for the World Championship match, without, of course, divulging too much. How is that going?
Yeah, firstly, this tournament, I'm glad to be here. First time in the US, so glad to be here, and visiting the St. Louis Chess Club. It's very special for me. And yeah, till now I think all is good. A lot of games to play, so I'm eager. And the match, it's going well. I mean, we are having. Like my team and me, we are having a nice time, and I think we are doing some good work. So
I saw you also with your trainer playing some pickleball.
Yeah.
Are you enjoying that? Are you enjoying the physical preparation for such a tremendous match?
Sure. In general, I do a lot of sports at home, and at tournaments on the rest days or whenever I get time. And yeah, I always like to play some sports, do some physical activities. So.
Well, still plenty of games to go. Gukesh, thank you for joining us. We'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back.
Thank you, Christian, and thank you, Gukesh, for joining us. Well, an eventful round, but there was nothing in it. 5 draws.
Decisive games.
No.
But there's always tomorrow.
Indeed, there is. Thank you all for joining us. We will see you all tomorrow. Tell your friends where you're hanging out, and good night.
See you tomorrow.
See you.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.